What is up, everybody? And thank you again, Mr. Toothy, for the, or Tooley, excuse me. Thank you for the 6-month sub, though. Half a year. Really appreciate it. Alright, let's, do some Gudaguda stuff here. I really did not do that many free quests off stream because I forgot. I did some, though, so hopefully we don't have to farm that much. Apparently I'm in the middle of a stage right now. It kind of just escaped me yesterday. I was busy with other stuff, and then when I had free time, I just didn't even think to play FGO, really. It's not NA. And Chaotic Owl, thank you for the 11 months, dude. Basically 1 year. Thank you. Reasonable names today, chat. Reasonable names. But we'll fuck around with the Hydra a little bit, but we're gonna have to beat it if we want to actually unlock the challenge quest. Turn the music down a little bit. Yeah, I'd like to do the challenge quest today. And Cobb, everybody's subbing today. Jesus, thank you, Cobb, for the 10 months. Long time. I am using the wrong mouse right now. Rewielding mice is not the easiest thing. Nope, Al, you do not need to do that. Let's not follow in the footsteps of Icy or anything. But man, I'm really glad NA has a fun event because JP is so boring right now. Like, holy crap. I have absolutely no interest in playing JP right now outside of just getting the event rewards. Wish that wasn't the case, but pretty dull over there. One of these days, Icy might get his name back. Hey, legend. Alright, let's see how much damage Medusa can do here. I actually saved the buff from Caesar for Medusa. I wonder if that'd make a significant difference. I probably should have stunned. Yeah, after this free quest, we'll go fight some of the bosses. Probably do the Hydra last, just because it's the one we don't want to lose. Alright, how many of the event materials do I have here? I think I need to do that free quest like 10 times to do everything, but which I could have done over the day and a half I haven't streamed, but I didn't. Alright, we'll start over here, I think. Oh, God! Like, that one alone takes 1,000. Like, are you kidding me? What about 500 game? Can we compromise at all? Pretty sure you have to do the stages that say next to get the challenge quest. You can keep the Hydra. Oh shit! Okay, let's see here. So it needs that arrow. All right, let's look. Yeah, this doesn't have it. The thing is, if I beat this one though, you get plus 10, which would mean you'd have to farm less in the long run. But we're so far in, that's probably not important. We got to do that one. Okay, we basically have to do everything but the Hydra and this one. Although it wouldn't surprise me if we need to do this one because. But okay, let's see here. Yeah, those are the only two that don't have next. Well, either way, we're gonna have to farm a bit. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Beating the Hydra means you get more materials per stage. But, oh well, we'll do that one last. What shall we use here? We can always check our friends list here. See if people have anything interesting. That's a good Okita. Big Gareth. Okay, we don't use Maid Alter much. Might do that just to do something different, and that's a big Antoinette too. We could do that. All right, we'll do start with Maid Alter here if we can actually get her to show up. I haven't logged in 9 hours, so might not happen. A few people that pop up. It's kind of funny on my co-op account. I can summon Cairo even though he hasn't logged in a really long time, because he's the only person on my friends list. Damn, we're not getting this person though. Give it one more, and if that doesn't work, I'll just use something random. Or one of my own units. Damn. Well, I tried. Alright, what do I got here? Level 6 stage, shouldn't be too hard. You know what, let's do some classic Kentucky nonsense. He might just die if the enemy hits hard, but let's see if we can kill them first. Go default. Oh, the music clashing. That was painful. Yeah, hopefully we get something interesting in FGO soon. Like, the collab event is such a Boresville, so I'm hoping we get information about 6.5 or Lost World 7, or just, you know, Fate Lost or whatever. Oh, I remember this one. He gets a whole bunch of gut stacks. We're actually probably super dead, and I like how we got a completely useless opening hand. Fantastic. Hey, now. Or Neo, excuse me, Neo Rasu. Thank you for the 19 months. Jesus, that's a long time. I appreciate it though, guys. As I'm battling card RNG. I really do wish they'd stop doing these crappy collab events though. If you're gonna do stuff like that, I'd rather they just make it a regular event and just, if you're gonna do a collab, save it for when it's actually a collab. Like, it just seems desperate almost. It's like 2 years in a row that they do FGO x FGO. It's like, why do I have a level 65 George on the team? I like how I get an awesome opening hand, but then I realize we have a 65 George. Fuck! It must be the support. Well, maybe he'll crit me. Oh great, he cast his skill. Oh hey, he crit me. And he still didn't. He still didn't kill me. Okay. If only he hadn't cast the skill. Yeah, or make the event fun. That would help too, right? Like doing, but still, even if the event was fun, I would still say there's no reason for it to be a collab event. But yeah, it'd be nice if the event was not shit. I've said it before, but I think it warrants being said again. I think FGO really needs to like sit down and think about it and look at the game and be like, how can we make this fun, right? Like that's how they need to approach a lot of things in my opinion. It's just how to make the game actually fun. And they do that sometimes, but there's so many systems in the game that are clearly not implemented in a way that's ever going to be fun, and it's mostly there to waste your time. Okay, so I need to attack twice, which means this is going to absolutely murder my ability to loop, but, oh well. It's really nice when you can NP and then quick, get a bunch of NP back, then use your second skill and NP again immediately. I need to make a Kentucky video, actually. I haven't used him in a video in a long time, and he's still one of the best welfares. I need to find a stage where I can show him off. I feel like it's been quite a while. Okay. I was hoping to get one turn out of my health bar before I need to do evade, but I think he just triple bustered me or something. Alright. Might want to bring a unit with a little bit of survivability. Yep, I'm getting juked by a 65 George who's got the CE. You don't see that very often. I kind of want to give Kentucky one more go because I feel like more times than not he wouldn't die like that. Like, I think he will face tank one turn most of the time. A David, Caster Coup. That'd be pretty tough for Caster Coup to beat this. I did it with Proto Coup at 100 back in the day. We could do it with an 80, but that's probably still pretty easy. Let's see if Ushi has a chance. That's pretty tough. Kursan wouldn't do too bad. If this was a Berserker that only had 2 actions per turn, Curse Arm would be really, really good, but he has 3 actions, so not as effective. And Curse Arm's got low stats, so you will get one shot pretty easily. If you use Scath or Coup, it'd just be way too easy. Even Proto Coup's a bit too easy. Yeah, NA Ushi, man, it's absolutely horrific. I'm sorry I'm having to subject you guys to this horror. Actually, a horror stream, apparently. God, the only reason I'm not screaming at the top of my lungs is because I've just got such willpower. I can barely endure it. Goblin power, yeah. Let's see. I don't know if Sif's theme is exactly sad. I think it kind of just seems sad after the fact because you know Sif's story, but I think the song is kind of going for a more majestic vibe. Certainly not like, you know, an action-packed song, but not quite sad. Anyway, guess we just blast him here. Fire everything, actually. He has 10,000 life, so getting one shot seems quite likely. There's no way she's gonna be able to do this. Like, Grail, to do this, she definitely needs to have enough health to face tank a turn. Because you need a minute to deal with those gut stacks he gets. How high on the power list are we gonna have to go to find someone that can do this reliably? Because obviously Ku can do it, Scath can do it, Musashi could do it. Right, there's a lot of units you could find that could do it, but I kind of want to know how far we have to go to beat it. Guess I'll evade, but I think our end is nigh. We even have attack down now. I would like to NP one more time. See, if I could have gotten him lower on health there, so I could kill him with a normal attack, then NP, then normal attack, and get 3 kills, that'd be pretty good. He has 5 of these, though. Yep, not happening. If I can kill him twice, I'll be happy with that. Yeah, I don't see Charlotte doing this, even if she's grailed, unless you get extra help. She just dies too quick. Maybe if you get crazy lucky, and especially at level 100, you're at better odds. Don't kill me! No, that's killing me. Okay, if he didn't crit, we might have survived there, because he cast a skill. Well, good try, Ushi. Yeah, I'm sure Fujino can do it, obviously. Like, when you get to the big boys, you know, they're all gonna do it. But, I want to see, like, what's the minimum thing we can beat it with? I want to find something that's, like, not too crazy. Unfortunately, people only... I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Like, with support lists, how you can't actually find weak things. Level 100, level 100, level 100, level 98, level 100, level 100, 90, 100, 100, 100, 90, 100... Like, this is why they added Super Grails, is because hundreds are so common, right? Like, they just... And this is on NA, right? On JP, it's even more common to have Grailed units. And I always see people always, like, trying to act like, oh, you know, this Lu Bu's Grailed. Like anyone uses Lu Bu at this point that's not Grailed, right? Even if you go to Discord and you're, like, trying to make you're, like, on a challenge quest, right? And you think Lu Bu will be good for the challenge quest. And you ask someone on like Discord, hey, can someone slot Lu Bu? You're really only gonna find people that have Grailed Lu Bus, right? Because if they cared enough to level Lu Bu, they probably Grailed him, especially now that we're so far into the game and everyone has 10,000 Grails. It is easier to find a Grailed Lu Bu than not. Like, absolutely, especially if, again, you go to like Discord or whatever. It's like, and it goes for almost everyone's favorites now. You know, people don't... You're not gonna you're not gonna look at this, you know, Medusa right here at level 100, right? You're not gonna find people with, you know, units on their support list that aren't Grailed. Again, especially on JP, like their entire support list is going to be Grailed. It doesn't matter if they're a 1-star, a 5-star, or a 4-star. Like, it's probably Grailed. Like, and even on NA now, I'd say it's getting pretty close to that point. But on JP, that is definitely the way that it is. Okay, let's go Ivan. Now, he is a 5-star. This is a pretty huge step up, but he's also AoE, and he's not as good as Ivan is. He's not exactly known for being a god tier solo unit, but this is such a big step up. We might take a step down here in a second. I wonder if this account has Deer Mid. Would be interesting to try. Horse Bindo would probably just die because he doesn't really have survivability, so even though he is a 5-star, he probably would get smacked. Maybe though, if he was level 100 and all that, you might be able to win so quick it's okay if you get really lucky and you don't like hit your health bar bleed too quick, but yeah, probably would not win, which is surprising. He just isn't too hard of a stage, but it's hard enough that there's definitely a lot of units that won't be able to do it. But his health is reasonable because he's a 5-star. But if you just have like one skill to help you survive, and you don't have like a really fast toolkit, or doing huge normal card damage, it'd be pretty hard to do. Like, for example, Masashi though, for that one turn where like Ushi was just smacking the boss, if that was Masashi, that normal card damage would have been so high she would have probably clogged the guts right there. Right, and then she has more health and that kind of thing. So it's definitely possible to do it with a vanilla toolkit. Horse Bindo does have big crits though, so I don't know, maybe if you got lucky. If someone's got him, I'll try it. That'd be kind of fun to mess around with. I guess I throw this out now, get rid of his defense buff. Although I thought about saving it until he casts PFA again, but we'll just do it, and we'll do our first skill when he attacks. We'll get into that way. How much faith do I have? Let's see, how powerful is this Ivan? NP3. 179. We'll do quick. I think our extra, even if we don't get it with the... I'm sorry, Arctic. Anyway, if we don't get it with the normal attacks, I think the extra attack will do it, so I think we're alright. If we win with Ivan, I'll probably reset, because Ivan is pretty... Dude, the CGI though on like Ivan on top of the mammoth there and that NP looks so bad. Like that really looks bad. Holy crap! Wow, we may not actually break this. I'm close. Ooh, that's super bad. Oh, that's super bad. Yeah, we definitely needed to break there. Then, because we could have done a lot of damage to this health bar right here if we like the next health bar. That's probably GG. He might be able to win, but he's not gonna win if that happens. What sucks too is I did that for extra NP gain, but we didn't need it. I mean, look at it, we're at 132, and he hasn't attacked us yet. So I could have just worked on another Buster card or something, and I would have gotten my NP anyway. Yeah, we're 170, right? We overgauged really hard there, so that was a super mistake. So the only way we might be able to win is if I'd already broken last turn, and then I didn't need to evade right here. That's like the only way I would see us winning right now. But if I had attacked last turn, and I have this, I see I got Buster up, Buster resist down, and attack up. If I crit and I hurt him last turn, that might be enough to kill him, and then NP kill him again, and then attack kill him again. And then I don't die this turn, and then you kill him again, but then you evade, and then he NPs, and then you finish him off. So I even can win, but that's a tall order. That series of events is not exactly likely. We'll try to kill him twice here, but not looking likely. I'm gonna have to crit. Crit. You didn't crit. Maybe he can kill anyway, right here. Got a lot of buffs. Look at that CGI, man. That's like PlayStation 1. Oh, damn. 200k. Excuse me. We could have done better than I was thinking there. That is so much damage for being AoE. And we died. Okay. I know I could have evaded, but I had to try to save it. They're pretty straightforward in how quickly you die here. I don't know, man. PlayStation 1 had some pretty bad graphics out there. Alright, let's see what else we have slotted here. Not much. Yeah, I wonder if that would work, guys. Man, Ku's a bonus servant too, so it's not even fair. Alright. No event CE. No. That's cheating. Go for Spendo up? Okay, let's try that. I'm actually quite curious about that one. Saw Legend a second ago. Dancing actually might not do as bad as you think, just because I think Coulter is evil, so. Oh boy, this is super vanilla. We don't have command codes. We're in P2. This is very. I mean, I guess it's fair. But oh god, we don't want to be fair. We want to be dirty, chat. We want to cheat. Hey, Coulter gets a gimmick. It's a little 5 gut stacks. But if I wanted to beat this like try-hard mode and with a solo, I would definitely use Ku. Like Ku is just easy win. And then after that, maybe it's like my Scath or then Coulter. Yeah, Coulter versus Coulter. Proto Ku, excuse me. I don't know why, but whenever I want to say Proto Ku or Caster Ku, I very frequently will say the wrong name. Like I'll call Caster Ku Proto Ku and vice versa, and shit like that. I don't make that mistake with I get regular Ku, but I guess it's because you don't have to say a lot because it's just Ku, right? You're not thinking of a prefix or surf. Yeah, I think it's prefix, right? Fucking English. Anyway, super broken opening hand here. Chat, I just saw something that I wish I hadn't. So if you look at his card art here, it kind of looks like the green is just like random shit on his face, and his eye is like closed, and it's like this black slit, and it kind of looks like the Ayaya face when you look at it that way, which obviously makes no sense, but you know, for his character, right? But I totally just see that now if I just look at it vaguely, which is pretty cursed. But anyway, I'm trying to think if I want to do that that art card or not. Or do I just want to do insane damage? I'll do the art card because I feel like the Buster Chain is kind of cheating, because the odds of you opening with a Buster Chain there and getting that much damage is so unlikely. We're getting like some amount of NP gain is just pretty normal, so. Look at us getting break chains though. Do I want to do our third skill for crits next turn? Yes, and the Piercing Vulnerability is good because he has BFA up right now, so that actually works out very well. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Honestly, the Piercing Vulnerability, that is really good here. That helps a lot. Maybe he's got a better chance of doing this now. Because Coup Alter is basically wasting an action every time he buffs like that. Although he does get the defense up, and that's pretty annoying. Okay, let's see if I can break here with crits and save my NP. He does have double defense up though, so that kind of sucks, but we have Buster Chain. If we crit, I think we definitely have him. Just double crit up. Okay, come on, coin flip. There you go. Look at that green stuff. Great. I wish that animation right there was green. The fact that it's all like windy is kind of killing the green vibes here. Okay, unfortunately he did not buff there. Although I guess we had our evade up, so it's okay. Okay, this is looking better than I was thinking though. Let's go with Buster NP quick. And there's not a lot of monstrous looking servants. You know, we got Horspindo here, right? Zhang Yu, I think I say it. And then Ivan. And Ushi. Before her animation update. 39, that's not bad. Okay, no! Put the gun down. That's just... Because we didn't die there. Some of our other units have just died on that turn. Sucks. Unfortunately, our Pierce Vulnerability is gone. So we got value out of that PFA there. Looking like we're still not making it. It looks beatable though, especially if you maybe hold off on that third skill and get really lucky throughout. I could see us being able to win next turn if things had gone better. We could have already gone into guts there. I don't know, I think he might still be short though. Like even if I triple killed here, that's not even enough. That's pretty tough. Please crit. I don't think red hair really counts as a monster. Like just because he's a centaur looking thing, that's not why like Zhang Yu here looks really monstrous. It's because he's ginormous. He's got like devil wings. He, you know, really corrupted and evil looking. Right? There's a lot more going on here than just 130 HP. Okay, that's great game. But yeah, there's a lot more going on here than yeah, I guess Gorgon kinda, but they're going pretty hard on the waifu stuff there. Certainly Gorgon when she's in her Fate Hollow form or in her NP form, right? Like that would definitely count. But they were cowards and they didn't use that. Darius is just a big boy. He's a chonker. But if you look at Ivan, who doesn't actually have any human characteristics, like he doesn't have a human face at all. He doesn't even have eyes, right? He obviously is humanoid in that he's got 2 legs and 2 arms, but you know he doesn't actually have specific human characteristics at all, like none. And then you look at Gorgon, and it's like, okay, these are not the same thing. Oh, okay. Omega trying again. We'll give that a go. I'd be pretty surprised if this works unless we get absolute miracle RNG. Look at the chat, look at this. Is this 2K phone? I actually hope it's not. Oh, it is. Oh god.
Whew, I mean, more attack than Sanson, I'll give her that, and she's a lower rarity. Imagine that, being a lower rarity than Sanson and having higher attack than him. That's true for Kojiro and her, actually. But she only has 11,000 health. I level 100 with 2k foe. Let's look at Ku, for example, which is only a 3-star, right? Like, really, it's not like Ku is like some, you know, big shot, you know, when it comes to stats here. But I mean, that's pretty different. Look at these. That's pretty damn different. He has noticeably more health. That can easily result in an extra turn. Like 4,000 health is more than enough for that, and he's got more health. And that's not because of Ku. That's just because of 3 stars, right? The 3-star stat line is just way better. Although I will say Ku does actually have a really good stat line, even for 3 stars. He's got the highest attack out of all the Lancers, and he still has plenty of health. Let's look at a level 90. Look at this. This is a level 90 100 face. That's not 2k foe. That's a big thing. Not 2k foe. So in terms of raw stats, she's missing like 20 levels compared to soon to be dead. I mean Charlotte. Anyway, but look, 100 face has higher stats. It's slightly lower attack, but I mean barely. It's basically tied, but then higher HP, and again missing 20 levels. So. Yeah, what I'm getting at is 1 stars do not make good DPSs because of their stats, and Kojiro is like the only one that kind of works because they just gave him such a broken toolkit, and even he needs to be grailed and all that though, like absolutely. Let's look at a grailed 4-star here. Let's see, yeah, now he's just straight ahead, right, like by a good amount, and like even a 4-star though compares pretty good to a 3-star. I only have the 100 CE, but let's see. Can I give them? We'll just give them no CE. There we go. Ku is ahead on health actually, and yeah. See, 3 stars really. That is a much better stat line because actually he technically has more stats than Lancelot, although it's slightly lower attack, but so much more HP that he's technically ahead. Now that's because he's only grailed to 90, right? Or he's grailed to 100 and 2k foe. But, you know, 3-star versus 4-star. It's just the end result on a 3-star is pretty satisfying. If you're like, okay, 3 stars, my favorite character, let's, you know, upgrade him as far as we can. Your ending result is like, yeah, these are pretty nice stats that keep up, you know, well with most things. Same for 4 stars. And even 2 stars don't turn out too bad. But 1 star is just like, what the fuck? Because even to like an ungrailed... Look at this, even to an ungrailed 5-star, these stats are fairly comparable. So yeah, 3 stars are easy to get to that kind of place, but yeah, not the case for 1 stars. Even at 120, you're kind of like how everyone else was back in the day, right? If you get a 120 Charlotte, they're kind of then in the stat line where like the 3 stars are now, right? And actually, you might still be slightly behind, actually. Boy, that's a yikes. But, okay, default, that's fine. Actually, no CEQ could probably beat this stage. I don't see why not. Got sure hit and just lived so long. This is the PvP theme from Vandictus. Although there's more than 1 PvP theme. It doesn't actually have an official name, but if you just look up Vandictus PvP theme, normally it'll be like PvP theme 2. Yeah, I don't think it actually has an official name. The fans kind of give the Vandictus soundtrack like names based on like what boss battle it's for or what zone it's for. But generally, like they never released the soundtrack, and if you look in the game files, they're normally just referred to as like BGM 27 or BGM 5 and crap like that. Although actually, I don't think that's right. I think some of them are like that, but I think some of them do have names. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the game files some of them do have names. It can be a bit gibberish, but yeah, I do think like they'll be named after the boss and things like that. But yeah, I don't think the PvP things are like that. And weirdly, they never released the soundtrack. I don't know why they did. I would buy it, even now, I would buy the soundtrack. The way the game, like, compresses the music files and stuff, it actually does not give you the best sound quality for the music. So right now, there's actually no way to get super high quality Vandictus music. So if they put out a soundtrack, I'd buy it. Like, absolutely. But yeah, they never did that. Which is just very bizarre because Vandictus frequently gets, complimented for having good music. So it's like, why not make a buck? Even if you sell it just pure digitally, it's not like that's hard to do. And you don't have to sell much for it to pay for itself. Alright, bloody attack down, not a fan of that. We'll go, any chance you have debuff clear? Negative. Can I get away with Buster Art? Let's not do something that risky. And if I fail to get my NP, that would just be the worst. Although Coup Ultra really does give us a lot of NP from attacking, so maybe I should have done this. Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna over-gauge a lot. Also, almost get one turn. That's great. Might as well heal, because maybe he doesn't one-turn me here. Art up, art up, art up, art up, art up, art up. Okay, got the art up. That's good. Guess I'll throw up the attack up. I probably should have saved that Pearson vulnerability. I would really like to do that heal. It could be the difference of us dying or not, but we might just die regardless. I'm gonna do art. Oh yeah, we did have this song playing a little while ago. Let's go with Enter the Gungeon. That is not Enter the Gungeon. This is Dead Self, but you know what? We'll go with that. Don't kill me. No, no. Okay. Well, we tried. What do I even do here? No point in healing. So, yeah, I feel pretty confident that there's really no way she's doing this without outside help. Extra taunt walls and things like that. And then even with some extra help, she'd have to get so lucky. Because we are not even in the ballpark right now. Like, I suspect even with the event CE, this does not go well. Well, do as much damage as we can. Nice having that art up though for both of our NP turns. That's cool. Also, having the attack down from the very beginning was really not ideal. Angra is not beating this. Absolutely not. Even at Bond 10, I don't think that would happen. That would really help, though. Any chance you would have would definitely be tied to Bond 10, but I don't think you would have it there. Yeah, we could give Taiga a go. That escalates a decent amount. I like that. That's like a bit of an escalation, but not like jumping to Scath or Coup or something crazy like that. I had to use Event CE and George Bond CE. Yikes. Yeah, that's why that makes sense though. That's pretty out of her reach. But it's out of actually most people reaches, which I'm a little surprised by. I didn't think it would be this tough for some of these people, but he does hit pretty hard. I mean, there's really no winning super fast unless you have an absolutely nutty toolkit with how many gut stacks he has. Oh my god. I mean, I'll do it. We'll do Taiga next, but I didn't see her pop up here anyway. We'll do the evil one. I need to make a video for her though, because one, the UHC costume's awesome, and I just don't have a lot of content for her on my channel, and the only video I have for her is super old, and it's like lower video quality and stuff, so I'd really like to do something. But I want it to be good, right? I want, like, that Coup video I just made with all the silly edits and stuff, you know, I want to be able to, like, it needs to be a good enough stage where I can, like, do stuff and make it, you know, memorable, right? I don't want to just, like, throw out an MHX video just because. Wow, people getting good hands today, though. Do we throw out the stun? I really don't like getting that kind of benefit behind your taunts, but, you know, it's what our toolkit does, and this stage is hard enough that I guess we'll do it. And then watch the stun fail and just cry. I wonder if I should have brought Atlas. Definitely is the kind of unit where that can work out. Can I save Merlin? Probably. That's not a saber. He doesn't even have a sword. Okay, super dead. You know what's sad? Like, it's nice that Baldy can at least do it, although it sounds like it's not even remotely reliable, but it's just sad because this is one of the better stages possible for Baldy because sure hit becomes good and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, Ku can just do this in his sleep, right? It's like there's no way Ku's losing this stage. It's like so easy. Even Proto Ku actually does this stage pretty damn easily. Although I say that, but like, Proto Ku's no joke. Like really, he's a good unit. He's just overshadowed is all. I'd love to be able to NP and do that art card, but I have to hit him twice. Damn. Guess I do it like this. Do I do her third skill just for the attack up? I'm gonna say yes. We need to get this. Preferably I want to break right now, but that may not happen. Okay, easy break. Okay, alright, we have to save the taunt because we actually stunned, but I'll just do this. The thing is, if you don't stun, you'd have to taunt there anyway, so... Not like it's affecting MH. Now, I could really cheat and use his NP, and we make a bunch of stars and shit, but let's not. We're getting enough benefit out of the taunt, giving us an extra turn of our taunt. Like, that's already busted enough, so let's not get any more help than that. Oh wait, no, I have to do it, though. That's the only way I get my taunt. Right. Fuck. I think we just reset then. That's too much help. Like, it's one thing if, like, you're just throwing out the taunt and, like, the next turn you're still gonna have your other taunt, and so the stars don't, like, get super meta use. But they would just get so much use there. And not only would they get all that use there, but we had 2 quick cards, so then we'd, like, guarantee crit next turn. That's too good. Okay, well, there's our Taiga, and then there's our, well, let's do MHX here real quick, because we're already doing that. And stage 1 Ku Ulter is the only stage that doesn't look absolutely ridiculous, but it still looks ridiculous. Like, I still really don't like the Ku Ulter's design, no matter what. This might actually be enough NP game. Nah. That's alright though. I think more times than not, you're not going to get your NP on that turn. So. Probably fairer that way. Now that's a good hand, though. He's getting pretty nice luck. Okay, well, that was kind of guaranteed because you guys can't shuffle. You kind of have to get these cards. I think we NP. It's not a good turn for making stars and stuff, but I think it's still worth it. I would like Ku Ulter more if he just looked like his NP all the time. He looks better with the NP armor.
Okay, I definitely think we need Atlas. The way she plays, Atlas is just way too good for her. Also, debuff clear's nice, this attack down is super annoying. Like, it lasts 3 turns, and that's hitting 4 cards for 3 turns. That is so many of your, that's so much damage in total, so, yeah, that needs to go. Please crit. Good. Damn, I really wanted my NP there. Damn. Try to set up a good turn for the next one though. Try to get a triple kill. Make up for not killing here. I don't think I can do 100k in 2 hits. Oh, okay, now we're definitely not doing 100k. Yeah, I tell you what though, and I've noticed this since we were messing around with her in the mine stage. MHX is actually noticeably better than you might think when it comes to this kind of gameplay. But she's not as good as like in Kidu, Ku, Scath, you know, like the real big boys, but she's like that bridge between. She's like between those like normal, just average, like yeah, I've got 1 survivability skill and a decent NP, right? She's like between that and then your big boys that are like, you know, Fujino and Kama, you know, that kind of King of Sonya, that kind of stuff. She's like the in-between. And every once in a while, if like her niche comes up, or the stage like stun is abnormally good and things like that, then she actually can kind of keep up with the big boys. But yeah, it's noticeable to me that she's kind of in between the like standard people and the really strong ones, so it's kind of cool. I wish she could fight the Hydra, because her stun would prevent the Hydra from attacking, which means the Hydra doesn't get to heal for that turn. And then on the Hydra's NP turn, he attacks 1 less time, because the NP doesn't heal him, stuff like that. So you could do some kind of interesting with her there, but unfortunately she's an assassin and the Hydra's a caster, so she would get absolutely obliterated. Even if I double crit, I don't think I could have killed here, even without PFA. 100 catting is too much. Like, she can kill DNP, obviously, but I mean, she couldn't kill, like, normal attacks and then target switch. Kill him 3 times. She can beat this stage, though. You just need Atlas, I think. I think she'll do it with Atlas, because then she could stun again. And you could get rid of the attack down. Yeah, I think she can do it. What do you think, Chad? Is this worthy of a video? I think it's really close. It's like, when you actually look at how much the other units are struggling, it's like, oh yeah, this makes a decent solo video, which I would agree with. The thing is, when you look at it from like curb appeal, it's not, you know, much of a stage, right? It's just some random Coulter fight, right? We might actually still win, even though we don't have Atlas. Probably not though, because you have to wait the other turn for the stun. Yeah, we probably lose. But it's definitely, she can definitely beat this with Atlas. Uh-oh. Well, there we go. But yeah, she can beat it. Let's do Tiger real quick, and then we'll go back to UHC. I think UHC's got that when I play it right. What I'll do for the Hydra is we'll do the friends list thing again, and we'll let people send stuff in. But no event CE, no counter classing, that kind of thing. But not that many units can do it. It's kind of like sending you're sending your kids off to die or something. It's kind of fucked up. Like, we really should try Nuke Head here. Actually, it's kind of a fun one. But yeah, I mean, seriously, most units, if they don't have an event CE, they're not counter classing. Most of them just die horribly. I will say this, you're allowed to use
whatever craft essence you want other than the event CE. If you want to do like Black Grail, Yang CE, although I guess that's not out yet, you know, big boy stuff like that, Necromancy, you know, whatever dumb shit you want, you can use whatever. But yeah, no event CE. But yeah, if you want to use a really strong craft essence, that's fine, because it's so many people are out of their depth with the Hydra, like they're so hopeless. You have absolutely no chance of beating it, that, you know, giving him as much help as possible is fine. But just no event CE, that's the one thing. Okay, she definitely wants Anniversary Blonde. I don't think Taiga's gonna beat this, but I think she might be able to show off some nice damage. And even for Ashe, though, it's pretty tough, right? Ashe has a hard time doing it at neutral, so that's why most people are completely out of their depth, because Ashe is a good unit. Like, he really is. I've been impressed over the years with the things he can accomplish in solos and team play and all that. Like, he's very, very strong. Okay, got a quick chain. That's not too bad. Honestly, a lot of people can do it with the event CE. Now, funnily enough though, there's still a chunk of people that can't do it with the event CE, but with the event CE, most people, if they're a unit that's like, yeah, this is a solid solo unit, right? Like Canis or you know, MHX, although not in that case because she's an assassin, but you know what I mean. Like units that, yeah, they're pretty good at soloing. They have like a survival skill, some decent damage, right? If they have the event CE, they'll generally win, as long as they're like a high level and 10-10-10. But that's kind of why it's better without the event CE. That stage, though, is in a weird spot where without the event CE, a lot of units are just hopelessly screwed. But then with the event CE, it's a little too easy for most of the cast, where like too many people can do it. So yeah, I think overall it's better to do it where it's like too hard, because then you can kind of benchmark better. I think I might have soloed it with Tesla at one point, but I think I just got lucky as hell and he stunned like a bunch, and that was why. Although I guess in JP now though, he can stun a lot more reliably, so it's easier to do it. Because Tesla's actually, if he lands the stun, Tesla's broken for that stage because stun is just so strong. Because then the Hydra doesn't attack, which means no. Like, stun is better than evade. Because if you evade or vulnerability, the Hydra still gets health back, where if you stun him, he just doesn't. Alright, let's see here. %. That really sucks. That actually sucks so bad I might need to reset. Like, that's super bad for her. Trying to think if I can line this up without dying in one turn. 15k health. I don't want to make the stars. I mean, maybe okay. I'm so likely to die. What I think I do is we make the stars here, and hopefully we get like a quick crit to make more stars for the turn coming up that actually matters. Yes, I do this. So I need to do damage here, but then I also need to make stars. Damn it, the 70% crit is like the one card I absolutely do not want to use. We need to crit at least one time for our first skill not to be wasted there. And we didn't crit one time, so every single star we generated was completely pointless. Well, that sucked. But you know what sucks even more is now he doesn't have enough health for me to even want to take advantage of the burst damage. So we sure hit, break. Okay, so here's the good timeline where we actually kind of have a chance, although it still won't work, I don't think. But we need to not cast Guts here, and we need to... We need to miraculously live here. But yeah, I can't do my damage here because he doesn't have enough health, so that should be worth it. Hey, we got sure hit, so that's always nice. Please crit. There you go. I need those stars. Alright, don't kill me. Woo! Shame I can't NP here, but I just gotta take the damage while we can, I suppose. That was unfortunate, though. We never got to line up a really good turn. What is this crit spread? What is this? Oh, look at this. Quick card, 100% crit. Other quick card, 100% crit. Art card, 100% crit. I don't care about any of those cards. The only two cards I do care about, 60% crit, 80% crit. Gotta be fucking kidding me, game. Alright, don't screw me over here, game. Just work with me. Got double buster up, crit up. Nope, fuck you. Oh my god. I'm not sure it would have broken. I don't know if that would have broken if I did crit, but it might have. Also, I didn't get my NP. Okay, that was frustrating. Nothing lined up there at all. Do we, okay. I think Ephra logged in, so he'd get at the top of the list, so we'll go for it here. What do we do with her? Let's see. She has her own guts. Maybe we do go Anniversary Blonde. That or default. I'm gonna do Anniversary Blonde. Everything's default though. I don't know. I don't feel like the heal is gonna buy. Well, she does have 16,000 health. Maybe the heal could buy us a turn. That seems unlikely though. I think we're gonna get one turn out of her health, but we'd never get two with or without the heal. And I feel like the evade is no better or worse than the. Well, no, the evade is better than the guts because we get more NP gain back. But the stars are really nice with her toolkit. I think it's pretty close. I think if there's almost no difference, or it's actually Anniversary Blonde. I really think so. But I'll try default first, but I really think Anniversary Blonde's better. On a good run. If they both get a good run, I feel like Anniversary Blonde is just... You get more damage because of the crits, you live the same amount of time, and then the buster up is actually better than the attack up, aside from the extra attack, I suppose. You know, much like Golden Sumo. I would generally recommend Tales of Vesperia to start with Tales of. It's like a very classical Tales of game in terms of like its format, but it's executed the best. So it's like the best of the classical Tales of games. So I would recommend Vesperia. And I just think it's a good game. I think Vesperia is a good game. So yeah, I recommend that one. Like easily, that's definitely the one I would go with. Oh, alright, what are we doing here? Quite sure Herc could handle this stage. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Honestly, Vesperia has a great cast, and I think it's still a really enjoyable game because of that. It just doesn't have amazing gameplay. But I don't think Vesperia is a bad game. But yeah, Vesperia is the one I said, though, with a V. So yeah, that's not going to confuse anybody. Tales of Vesperia, Tales of Vesperia. It's like, yeah, no, this isn't confusing at all. Unfortunately, he's got PFA up. Boy, units with sure hit or pierce invulnerability really do get a nice leg up here. What do you mean? 80% crit fail. Alright, that's a great game. Thank you very much. Yeah, don't play Zestria. Everybody hates Zestria. That's gotta be the most, like, hated Tales game ever. It's just... It's bad. And that Boba guy... We talked about that Boba guy that DW hired that made so many problems for DW. He worked on that game. He was like a... I think he might even be the lead dev on that game. And it just... Oh, God. Not good. He left the company for a reason. I'm just saying. I wonder if I attack up here and then do quick. Tales of the Abyss is pretty fun. That's another good classical Tales game. It's just good luck actually finding a way to play it smoothly these days. Kind of emulator or bust, which most people don't want to bother with, which fair enough. I don't think people do hate Zestria too much. I think it is a really bad game. I think the combat's really bad. I think the cast is mostly unlikable. Some of the few parts of the cast that are likable get no screen time. I really just do not like the combat system. There are a few things I like about it. There was a couple of characters that were good. The soundtrack was fine. You know, so there was some stuff there, but I think it absolutely has earned its bad reputation. Absolutely. And also, let's be honest, what Boba did is no small matter, right? The whole marketing, you know, X character is the main heroine, and then rug pulling it, and then selling it as DLC, that is very fucked up. That is not like a little thing that people are blowing out of proportion. That was super fucked up, and they absolutely deserved the hate they got for that. If anything, I don't think they got enough hate for that. That was such a scummy ass thing to do. I really don't think you could get enough hate for that. And what was really fucked up is the guy that was behind all of that never apologized for it. What he did was he got the voice actors for the character to apologize for it, which is really stupid because it's obviously not the voice actress' fault, like, at all, right? That was just the stupidest fucking thing. I mean, saying you disagree doesn't mean anything, right? You have to, like, articulate something here. Because I just did, right? It's pretty obvious. And I've seen a few people that act like they didn't market it like she was the main heroine, but they absolutely did. And, like, I watched the initial trailers and what they were saying in the initial interviews. They absolutely were, I don't even remember, what was her name? I can't even remember. But, you know, Spear Lady. You know, they absolutely acted like that was going to be the main heroine. And then she was barely in the game at all. But they're like, oh, but if you buy this DLC, then you get the character. It's like, that's just completely ridiculous. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have faith in our MP damage here. I mean, the gameplay is obviously going to be a subjective point, but, you know, I think the reason it's so hated, there's a reason for that. It's not like people are just random, like, oh, the gameplay sucks. I think a lot of people it's just not what they wanted out of a Tales of game. That doesn't mean that no one can enjoy the combat system, but there's a reason why most Tales of fans don't like it. But that's true for Vesperia too. Vesperia's combat wasn't liked either, and I agree with that. Although I like Vesperia in some ways, like the cast and the music and stuff, but I think the gameplay in Vesperia sucks too. I think that whole era of Tales of is gameplay wise is bad, like really bad, and they're trying to turn that around with Arise, and I don't know, like, Arise is a good idea. I like the ideas with their combat system. I like being more actiony and like being able to dodge and stuff, but their implementation of it was really shitty, I think. Like, Arise is, like, almost awesome, but it's not. Because, like, the combat mechanics are fine, but as I always say, the enemy design is really shitty, where the enemies will just delay their attack for half an hour, and so you have no idea when to dodge, and then their attack fires off like a rocket with no travel time and just instantly hits you, right? It reminds me of Elden Ring, by the way. Very, very similar problem, and yeah, that kind of design is trash, and I really hope the next Tales of game, like, refines that. I don't think the Arise combat is fine. I think the idea behind the combat is fine, right? It feels like the movement feels good, the arts feel good, you know, the way you know, the combat, like, systems are good. It's actually the enemy design that I think is really bad in a Tales of Arise, that hurts, like, everything, right? You can't really intuitively be dodging and blocking like you're supposed to be because the enemies attack so randomly, and with, like, really, like, impossible tells and attack timing. So you have to either memorize it or you have to, like, stun lock them so they never attack you anyway, which is not particularly fun. And, like, the cast of Arise, I think, was a good idea. Like, if you look at the characters on paper, like what the characters are about and like what motivates them and stuff, the cast is fine. When you see them in practice, I don't think they were fine at all, right? Like the way the writing just felt atrocious. A lot of things felt rushed and just sloppy, and just like a lot of the character interactions felt really stiff and weird, right? It just I think Arise has a lot of problems. I think it's a good foundation though for their games moving forward. I think it could be something good eventually, but yeah, it was disappointing to me in terms of like what was there and what we actually got. I was not super happy with it. I don't like Braces either. Braces is like that gameplay style of Tales of I don't like. It's like very spammy, and it's like a lot of style over substance. I don't like the way they do Mystic Arts. I don't like the way they do FP, as in there is no FP. Or TP, whatever the fuck they call it these days. I don't really like the way they do a lot of, like, because that was like the Destiny team, and I've never liked their line of Tales games very much. You know, from like Destiny to Graces, you know, they're very color spammy. They're very like, you know, everyone's multicolored. And the combat system is also rather spammy, and I've never liked it as much. These days, though, from what I understand, they don't have a Tales of Destiny team anymore. Because they used to have like the Destiny team and the Symphonia team, but I guess with a budget and all that, they don't have two teams anymore. I think they just fused them. Yeah, Arise definitely a mess, and I really hope they're able to do more with it. So far, Nukehead is actually doing pretty well, especially for being AoE. Generally, from like the fan perspective, though, the most loved ones from like the Tales fans is normally like Symphonia. And, you know, Symphonia is fine, but I think a lot of that is just because it's like the classic Tales game for a lot of people. But it's kind of basic. I don't, you know, especially combat-wise. Although it is unique, the whole 2D thing was actually pretty interesting. But yeah, I think Symphonia and Vesperia are the two that the fan base really hypes up. Alright, what can I do here? Wait, are we gonna win? What the fuck? How are we win? Hold on, I'm putting slow-mo so I have time to cancel, but I think we're gonna win, and how? How are we winning? What happened? I don't understand. Did Kuolter like shit the bed? Are we getting really lucky? I wasn't actually paying that much attention to some of this. Because she only has one survival skill, and she's AoE, so how are we winning? I'm so confused right now. How are we... Did Kuolter like do its turn when he just like cast 3 skills or something? I think the first game you play in a series only really matters if you're an idiot. I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but like I think a lot of people have the ability to take nostalgia goggles off and still logically evaluate things, right? So like yeah, I agree. A lot of people, they are very much affected though by the first game that they play. But I think a lot of people also are able to look back at things critically and not be affected by that. Now, again, I'm being hyperbolic by saying, you know, anyone that is affected by nostalgia goggles is an idiot. You know, I'm just, you know, being extreme here. But you get my point. You can be of critical mind and not be affected by your first game like that. Yeah, I'm surprised she soloed that, though. I feel like if we did that 10 times, I don't think we would see her solo it 10 times. I'm not sure. Wait, this is not the right server. No, wait, this is the right server. Excuse me. I don't know why I was thinking this was JP. But I was like, wait a minute. It's because the event timer is low, but now I'm thinking back to the other event that already ended on JP. I'm crazy. Don't mind me, chat. Casters are pretty rarely fun in Tales games, in my opinion, but they have made them fun occasionally. And I actually think Arise did a pretty good job with that. Like, for real, actually, that really is something I'll give Arise. I wish the enemies were more fun to fight in Arise to compensate for this. But what was her name with the owl? She was actually really fucking fun in that game because they gave you reasons to mix up what spells you used and move around and think about like what you would do. She was actually a lot of fun. That was one of their best jobs as a caster, in my opinion. I completely forgot her name though. I barely remember anyone's name in that fucking game because, you know, that game. But anyway. I'm quite sure Canis can handle this stage, because Canis is definitely among your big boys for soloing stuff. Like, not quite on the level of, like, you know, Kidu or something, but still. Yeah, Arise definitely, that was... Actually, I think Arise did a great job with their mechanics in general. It is just the enemy design is so bad, that is so important. You know, the enemies are literally the other half of the combat system, right? They're what you play off of. And so if the enemy's movements and tells and stuff are bad, it kind of ruins everything. I really stand by this. If Arise had better designed enemies, Arise's combat system would be incredible. It's just the enemy design is not that good, right? It has its moments every once in a while, like occasionally there's a good boss fight and stuff, but yeah, the enemies are just not fun to fight, and it's silly. Alright, let's give Image a UHC if you costume-wise anyway. We'll give her another go here with Atlas. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that new kid clip. I want to see what happened. I want to know if we just got really lucky on our turn and we got like an extra turn out of our health bar or something like that. Because we barely won. We were going to lose that turn, so it was extremely close. I want to see if something happened that just bought us a turn that would be unlikely to happen again or something. The thing is, though, even if we had failed, she was still getting farther. Like, let's say on average she loses, right? Like, let's say we got lucky and we got an extra turn. Even if that's true, she was still doing better than most of the other units that we've used. Which is surprising because she's AoE and so on and so forth. I think the first two bosses in Arise are good. The slime is actually pretty fun, how you need to like switch off and try to kill the ads as fast as possible. And so I think that's pretty fun, and using fire attacks is more effective and that kind of thing. So I actually like the slime boss a lot. And that first boss with the giant axe, he was fun because he actually had telegraphs that were reasonable. And it felt like a lot like a Dark Souls boss where you needed to get down the swing timings and dodge the attacks, and you could be pretty skillful with it. And that felt really good. Like seriously, the first boss feels like a Dark Souls boss, and that's great. But then almost everything after that is floppy trash. So yeah, very disappointing. Funnily enough, though, we're talking about collabs, right, with like FGO the other day about like things that have like similar art styles and whatnot. I would say you could collab with Tales of and Fate, and that would not be too jarring. But anyway, so for example, Symphonia, right? I do think a lot of people like Symphonia because of nostalgia goggles, right? But at the same time, I know there are legitimate, people that it's their favorite, and it's not because of nostalgia goggles, and they looked at it mechanically. And I know why, right? I know the Tales of games really well. There is a lot of interesting mechanical depth in Symphonia. That's almost an accident. But when you look at people doing like Evasion solos, especially when they're not over leveled and stuff, there's some pretty crazy, interesting stuff in that game that is just not in the other games. And the way you have to interact with the boss because of like the 2D, 3D thing is pretty unique. And some of the characters are just really fun to play in Symphonia and whatnot. So like Symphonia on surface level, if you just play it like, one time, you're not trying to like, dig a little deeper, it's pretty shallow with the combat system, right? I mean, it's not like the most shallow. It's definitely got more depth to it than like Vesperia or something, but it's not that great. When you do dig deeper, Symphonia really does have some interesting stuff going for it. I just did my fucking taunt again. It's just so annoying. That's one reason, or another reason I don't like playing her. I don't like keeping my taunt alive an extra turn like that. Yeah, I think there are legit reasons to like Symphonia. It does have growing pains though, like, the writing is kind of stiff, right? It's got some issues like that. Old game, not the best presentation. I think that's the best way of putting it. Just in general, it doesn't have the best presentation because it's an old game. But I think it is a diamond in the rough, so I get why people like Symphonia a lot. And then I think the reason Vesperia is so liked is because Vesperia is kind of the ultimate classical Tales of game, right? When you look at Abyss, Symphonia, the older Tales games, that kind of classical format, Vesperia is like the ultimate version of that, right? It has the most content, it has this crazy fucking combat system that just the characters have it's like a fighting game, the nonsense the characters can do when you unlock everything. You know, just has so many boss fights, and people do like the characters a lot for the most part, and that kind of thing. So I think that's why it's popular. It's basically just the vanilla formula at its best, right? And so obviously a lot of people are going to like that. Where when you look at like Zelia and Graces and all that, you know, it's a bigger departure. Although Graces actually is a lot like Destiny, really. But when you look at, you know, Basiria, Zestria, you know, the newer ones, they definitely, especially since Zelia, or Zelia and on, they really kind of changed the formula. And a lot of people just didn't like it, and I'm in that crowd. I didn't really like the way they went with the Tales of series since Zestria. Although Zestria was like this middle ground. I still didn't mind Zestria, it was kind of an in-between. But except when they started like shifting gears. And now they're shifting again with Arise. So. I don't know why I'm talking about Tales of so much, but it's an interesting topic. I don't even know how many people in my fucking chat have ever even played the Tales of game, to be honest. I'm so mixed on this area because I actually like a lot of it. I thought the cast was so unique. It's not necessarily my favorite cast, but I enjoyed it a lot because the cast is like almost not... You don't really have a video game cast like that, where you're basically just selfish bad guys, right? Like, they're not... And they never really become good guys, right? Like, ever. And that's really unique, right? So I enjoyed that, and the cast was just very different, so it was enjoyable to see that. And I did like the music a lot. And on the one hand, there were aspects of the combat system that were neat, but the combat system was just ultimately kind of brain dead. A lot of the depth didn't matter. And you could kind of just constantly combo anything with anything, and, you know, who gives a shit. The dodge system was kind of fun, but that's like the only real good thing I could say about it. It didn't have that many good boss fights, right? So again, story good, cast good, you know, that kind of stuff, but the combat system was just kind of whatever, right? Like, if you could have given it a better combat system, I would love that game, right? It'd be awesome. And I don't hate it by any means, but yeah, I don't even know how I feel about it. I'd probably have to play it again. I think I really would have to play it again to really figure out how I feel about that game, because yeah, it's kind of a hard call. Yeah, the main characters are not good people in Basiria, and they're not supposed to be. Like, they're really not supposed to be. And there's even parts where they kind of play into that, where it's like, wait a minute, are we a bad influence? It's like, yeah, you definitely are. Like, they're kind of they're basically sympathetic villains that you might see in another story, right? But you're seeing it from their perspective. That's kind of what it is. And then the story doesn't really have any heroes in it, right? So that's kind of the shtick. I'm actually surprised they made a game like that, though. A lot of times, especially in Japan, people freak out when you have a cast like that. Okay, our attack up lasts 3 turns. Okay, I have to do this right away. Yeah, I got Atlas, so I just have to add that. We are wasting the stars, but fuck it. I need to do as much damage as possible and get my NP, so I think, quick. I should have swapped those command codes around just with the crit one in the back. Damn it, PFA. Really wish you hadn't done that on the turn that I had my invincibility. You want him to attack 3 times there. So if I live here, we definitely win. Like, if I can save my invulnerability, we like super win. Problem is, if I invulnerability now, then the NP gets us. So fuck, we have to face tank 1 turn. I wonder if she could get away with bringing a gut CE then. Yeah, if we live here, we definitely win. Like, well, no question, we will easily win if we don't die right here. But if he 1 turns us, obviously that's it. So, speaking of older games, a game that I love to absolute death. It's not perfect, but it's an old game, very obscure, that I would love more games like it, is Gladius. And it's basically Fire Emblem meets Paper Mario, like the Thousand Years Door, right, in 64. Not the newer ones, but where you got like Fire Emblem units, which like top-down, turn-based, moving your units around. You have skills and abilities and stuff. But anytime you do anything, you have to do a mini game like you would when you're playing 1,000 Years Door, like Paper Mario, and it's awesome. That's an awesome combination of things, and the setting is like Roman gladiator games, and yeah, I really like it. It also has co-op, surprisingly, and you can both be playing your mini games and stuff, and that's very fun. That's a awesome game. Big fan. I just wish yeah there was more games like it. I'm actually surprised. I don't understand. Isn't Paper Mario like loved to death, right? What I don't understand. What happened to those kinds of games, right? Because you got Paper Mario 64 and Paper Mario like on GameCube, or 1,000 Years Door, where they got the whole like mini games when you attack in a turn-based setting, right? That seems like an awesome concept, but I feel like it doesn't really get used very much. Do people think it's too hard or something? Like I don't understand. Like. I don't know why that's such a rarely implemented system. And like Paper Mario, like they kind of moved away from that. They kind of started just making really weird, different kinds of games and stuff. Although I think there's a more recent one that might be more classical, but I know they did like the Paper Mario that was just like a side-scroller thing and whatnot after 1,000 Years Door, and people didn't like it as much. Yeah, I mean, I don't think those kind of mini games are that hard though. But this is if people see it as too hard, my guess would be it's like the crowd of people that like turn-based games don't like more live, quick action combat systems and stuff. So they don't want to have to deal with like those skill-based mini games. They want to just do the tactical planning stuff. They don't like crossing the streams. But I love crossing those streams. That's awesome. One of my favorite games that's not a video game but like a real life game. Actually, this probably is my favorite game that is not a video game. It's called Dutch Blitz, and that's because it's what it does. It's a game kind of like a typical card game you might think, but it's live action. There's no turns, and everyone plays as fast as humanly possible. And so there's a lot of like skill and like your visual, like noticing things other players are doing and playing your cards quickly. It's kind of like everyone's playing solitaire at the same time, but you're playing off of each other's cards. I love that game to death. It's incredible. Basically, to explain real quick, you have everyone has their deck, and each deck has 4 types of cards. They're colored though, like instead of spades, diamonds, and hearts and all that like a normal game, it's like blue, green, yellow, red, or whatever. But it's essentially the same thing. And it goes from 1 to 10, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And basically, if you have a 1, you play the 1 out on the table, and boom. And then if someone has a 2, they can play the 2 on it. And if someone has a 3, they play the 3 on it. And there's no limit to how many piles can be out on the field at the same time. So everybody's got a 1 of every color. So depending on how many players there can be quite a few piles going on here. And there's a bit more to it than that. It's like how you sort through your deck and how your objective to win, like get through this like deck you have. You have like 10 cards stacked on each other and you need to get through it. Blah 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 blah. I won't bore you with the details. But anyway, basically playing cards good and managing your deck good. But you need to play as fast as possible, and you need to pay attention to the other players. Like a good player will like know when one of their opponents is like sitting on a card, and like they know that they're waiting to play the 3. So if you can like be looking out to either try to steal it from them or play on top of it as soon as they play it, stuff like that. And it's awesome. So you just mix a lot of like typical, card game stuff with also speed and paying attention and that kind of thing. So I really enjoy that kind of fusion of things. But yeah, I would really like them to go back to the Paper Mario, like the original stuff like 64 and 1,000 Year Door, because that's kind of what established the series. And I feel like that was such a unique thing, and the people that liked it really liked it, and so you might as well just give them that, right? And if you want other people to enjoy like a turn-based Mario game, they already had made other turn-based Mario games that you could kind of continue on with those. So I think you can kind of make everyone happy and just with different series. This song is the Barbarian theme from Castle Crashers. I've actually never played a Tekken game. I've played plenty of fighting games, but I have never gotten around to
playing a Tekken one. Mainly just because of time. That's really the only reason, just because of time. It looks insane though. Every time I don't know that much about Tekken, but every time I look at it, I'm so like confused as to how is the roster that big? Why is there a panda? You know, every time I look at that game, I see something that I'm like, what is going on? But I have a feeling that might be part of the charm of it. But yeah, if I had more free time, I would probably play it. Okay, he has PFA again, so I feel like we're actually getting abysmal luck right now, but I think we can win regardless. But we are absolutely getting terrible RNG here. Something I like about Tekken when I've watched like tournament matches and stuff is the combos are generally, there are exceptions, but the combos are generally pretty short. And so it's more about your mix-up and your neutral game. And that's the part of fighting games that I think is good. Like, that's actually an issue I have with a lot of fighting games. I think, why does he have 3 defense ups? Right? Talking about him casting PFA a lot, I don't think anyone can say UHD is getting lucky right now. And she wins, so you can probably win this turn, even with the 3 defense ups. And then he's stunned, and then she has invulnerability. Clearly, the only reason she lost earlier is because we didn't bring Atlas. Like, she beat this with, like, flying colors. And I don't think she could have gotten worse RNG than this. I think, like, this is the worst RNG I think anyone's gotten. Yeah, anyway, I think fighting games have a hard time striking that balance of you need combos to exist so people don't mash, and so you do have hit confirming and also like mix up in how you end your combo and stuff like that. So combos are important. Some people say they're not, but I actually disagree. I think combos are important. You do need them. They're also a big part of what makes the game feel good to play and make characters feel very different from each other. So combo is good, but long combo is bad. I really stand by that. I think really long combos are bad, and they end up being an arbitrary barrier to entry where you just have to memorize something for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and that's just pointless. I don't think fighting games need super long combos. But what I think is important is combos with options, right? We're like, okay, I can do this combo to optimize my damage, or I can do this combo and end it in a knockdown, or put him in or do this combo to put him in the corner, or do this combo just so it's like a weird ending that he's not expecting, and I try to start a new combo, right? And a lot of games have that, but you want to incentivize that kind of decision making with your combos, right? So I think you want like pretty short or medium length combos that give you options in why you might want to do different combos instead of spamming the same thing over and over. Right, and then a strong focus on the neutral game. That makes a good fighting game to me. That's obviously subjective, but I think that's definitely makes the best kind of fighting game. Okay, well he's stunned, and I think we actually kill him this turn. We should probably move on. There's a lot of units I'd like to test here, because this is, well, no, I'll keep this stage. I might make a video. Fuck, but I can't do the challenge quest today. I don't know what to do, chat. I don't know what to do, because I do want to make a FGO video. I haven't made one in a while. I don't know. If I make an FGO video, I have to make it tonight. Because I want to get this, I want to beat the challenge quest like 1000%, and I really wanted to do it today. But I could maybe do it tomorrow. Alright, let's see if I can kill him here. I should have been looking at these stages off stream and then recorded a video already. That's what I should have done. Man, he's tanky with all those defense ups. I think at least for this stage, I think we'll move on, because I think I'd rather wait for something better, like for MHX. If I was gonna make an MHX video, I think there's stages that are more interesting. Because that stage has no curb appeal to it, right? Even though it actually is harder than it looks. But I do want to get to the challenge quest, for God's sakes. If I do see a stage in here, though, that's like amazing, I might still save it, though. I'm really impressed, though, with Nukehead beating that stage. That really did surprise me. This is not a stage I need to beat. Okay. This one is.
Yeah, the only games I know of with that gameplay style I was talking about a minute ago, like Paper Mario, is Paper Mario 64, Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, and Gladius. Those are the only 3 games I've ever seen with that kind of gameplay style. Now, I'm sure there's at least, 1 or 2 out there that I'm unaware of, but it's a very rare kind of gameplay, and that's unfortunate because I really like it. I think it makes turn-based games a lot more fun. Because even though the strategy side of a turn-based game can be rather fun and I can enjoy it, it can wear thin after a while and be kind of boring. Where adding the mini-games, I think, can really keep it interesting. And I just think that combination of things is really fun. And it's fun in, like, Paper Mario just did such a good job at this, in my opinion, where not only would they introduce new mini-games as you went, but you would still have, like, the ones that you've been using since the start of the game that you've done so many times, you've mastered them. So they're like your bread and butter. You're like, I got this one, down pat, right? I like having that kind of like mastery that you can work towards throughout the game. And if anything, I wish Paper Mario had harder mini games and had more of them, actually, because it's fun to have like those early game stages where you're fighting Goombas or whatever. That even if you fuck up and don't do a great job at the mini games, you're probably gonna win anyway. But they let you get your feet wet and start getting used to them, and then you start practicing and getting better and better. It's nice to have like a goal, right? Where you're like, I need to try to get better at this. Right? It's not like it's impossible. None of those mini games were so hard that you couldn't get better at them, right? Like you absolutely could, even if you're normally not good at timing-based things or whatever. They're not like that complicated. All right. What the hell is this stage? I don't even know. Clearly, it's going to be AOE though. So many units I don't like right on the screen here. Nabu's a bonus servant, so too strong. You know what? Let's use Scath, because we weren't using her on that other stage that she was really good for. But because this is AoE, Scath is probably actually not that great here. And Ku's a bonus servant, so we'll avoid that for now. Normally Atlas, but for short-term stuff it could be default, but I think I'll do Atlas anyway. The new 1 star sucks. And I like the character, like Mari's my favorite character of the new characters, but she's not very good. I've used her a good amount now, and I really stand by that. I do not think she's very good. I think in the right circumstances she can be passable, but that's a pretty damn low bar. Quite a few ads here. Fun Wolf. Fun way to look at it. And see, I agree. I know some people do play turn-based games because they don't want to deal with, like, more skill-based or even visual-based stuff, twitch reflexes, that kind of thing. I get that, and that's fine. That's fine. But there is so many turn-based games for people like that. It's incredibly common, right? And again, even Nintendo has had other turn-based games like that. I mean, even Fire Emblem, for God's sakes, right? So there's no shortage of games for players like that. For people that like that the uniqueness of combining, the tactical stuff with turn-based, but then the, more skill or even just silly element of the mini games, that's not, because look at how hard there's a lot of diehard fans for Paper Mario 64 and 1000 Years Door, right? There is such a fan base for that, right? There's clearly a demographic of people that want that specifically, and they have nothing, right? They have absolutely nothing, and that sucks. That's actually a huge issue in video games, in my opinion, where publishers are constantly trying to please everyone instead of trying to please some people a lot, right? When you try to please everyone, you don't really please anyone that much. You just make lukewarm garbage, right, that's acceptable by everyone, but then it's not exceptional to anyone, right? And I don't like that kind of game design. Now, sure, it's going to exist to some extent, and that's fine, but there's so much of that in the game industry, I think it gets pretty tiresome. I think there's a whole genres of games that don't get made anymore because they only appeal to some people, opposed to appealing to everybody, and I think that's ridiculous. And we look at some of the breakout successes we have, it's because they just go back to a more old school game design of, yeah, we're just going to really appeal to this one demographic a lot, and we're not going to try to please everyone. That's one reason why Souls games are so popular, is because they're not trying to appeal to everybody. So the people they do appeal to are more catered to, and they really get what they want, right? Where when you try to like make it more general, then you're just going to lack a lot of things that, you know, engage people that really want, you know, X or Y. I actually think indie games are way better about that. Indie games do a way better job of trying to appeal to a specific thing instead of trying to appeal to everybody. Okay, so if I stun, we'll still get smacked in the face by the boar. I could probably kill the boar and then stun Atalante, but then I'll have a pretty crappy turn. Is it worth it? I think it's worth having a crappy turn to only be attacked by one enemy. Please actually do 15k though, by the way. Alright, we got it. That would have been awful. And yes, we're going to allow Mari on the co-op account because he's not strong enough to be banned, really. She'll actually be really useful over there though, because we don't have other units that can do like the star bomb thing and that kind of stuff. So she'll be really helpful over there. But outside of those restrictions, I don't think he's going to see much use. Okay, she has evade now. Do I evade now? Yeah, we'll try to crit the Soul Eater. Big lizard. I don't know if that's a lizard. Weird turn, but I want that normal card damage. Yeah, Salami happens to be female, so she works with Mari pretty well. Look at that damage! That's at neutral, no event bonus. That's quite nice. That's not a lizard, that's a corpse. Alright, I need to wait a turn to do a survival skill. Do I kill the dog then? I suppose. Focus on NP gain. Do Buster Buster for once. Every once in a while it ends up being the right thing. Really a lion. There's a card game I play with my friends. I think, what's the name? I think it's Dungeons and Dragons, like something. What is it? Anyway, basically you play as like a character and they have like a deck, and the whole goal is to murder each other. It's like a complete PvP game. Dungeon Mayhem, I think that's the name of it. It's Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Mayhem. And one of the characters you can play as is a mimic, and all of their stuff is like, this is definitely not a trap and stuff like that, when, you know, obviously it's a mimic, so everything is a trap. But it's kind of a very tongue-in-cheek game, but it's actually quite fun. Pretty violent though. It's like just total PvP. Alright, let me blast Atalante in the face here. Do I invulnerability just for the lion normal card damage? I would say so. And then we can Atlas to get our evade back. This is surprisingly close, actually. AoE is just not Scast Forte. Yeah, all of their cards that mimic are named like that lion is. Yeah, this is totally a lion. Although that looks a lot more like a lion than the Soul Eater looked like a lizard. Yeah, this is pretty close, but we'll focus on normal card damage, and we didn't land our crit buff. Not a great start. Yeah, I'm not going for another NP though, we'll just try to kill it with normal attacks here. If we had landed that crit buff, we might have killed it this turn. Although we didn't really crit, good job there, champ. Supposed to be the defender of the Shadowlands. What a joke. Can't even land a goddamn crit. There we go. Alright, we actually probably died that turn, so that was pretty close. Every time I miss this 90% crit, it's just so frustrating. It's true, she is old and senile. We shouldn't pick on our elders. Lost wouldn't do that. Lost wouldn't pick on old people. Okay, so we got 3 more to go. Alright. Okay, we actually don't have enough for that one. Don't have enough for that one. We're gonna have to... We have to do like 10 free quests. Oh my god. All 3 of these require these, so actually we have to do like the free quests like 12 times. Or some crap. Yeah, all 3 of these take the same mat. So I don't even need... I think you can exchange to a certain extent. So we could speed it up that way, somewhat. I don't even need that much from the shop over here. The bones are always good. Yeah, you can exchange to a certain degree. But, because I already have the craft essences from last year, so I don't need to buy those, so that's helpful. But I have to get these. You'll have to do a little bit of free questing here. These are nice to get, but it's not the end of the world if I don't get them. These are quite important. I never have enough bones. Alright, we'll do a little bit of free quest nonsense. I'm surprised this can 3-turn, but it's not a very good 3-turn because it requires a lot more like clicking than one might hope for. So I don't actually need the other mats, I only need this mat, so I'll just bring that. Actually, I should really look for a waiver then that has the bronze mat. But, I don't know if I can be... Oh, well, there we go, that was easy. What I always say with skill ranks, it's like focus on the skill ranks on characters you like a lot, and in the core like, support units that are really important. And then you can kind of just take it at your own pace, right? And like as you get materials from events, like the event shop, you can level it up. You know, it's not like you gotta rush to get Blackbeard's skills to 10-10-10, right? But it is, I think it is worth it on like if it's your only account, you're new to the game. You know, if your favorite character is X or Y, really focus on getting those skills up. You want to be able to get them to their best potential for many reasons, for both practicality and just having fun and, you know, that kind of thing, fighting bosses. Anyway, yeah, focus on those couple of units you really care about. Make sure they're 10-10-10, you know, bite the bullet. It's worth it to bite the bullet for your favorite characters. And it's normally worth it to bite the bullet on some like key support units and like Nash, things like that. You know, David, if you're using him, if you have Castoria, you know, Castoria, whatever you're using. And once those are done, right, and you're not like embarrassing yourself, then you can just take it as you go, right? And then you don't have to really rush anything. And I should have done that Medusa card first, so she actually got the NP gain. Actually, I think my Blackbeard is 10-10-10 now. I think I did accomplish that eventually. I feel sorry for anybody that's focusing on Ben K. That's not a good experience. Not only do you not get a lot of boom for your buck, But Benkei is pretty niche and generally really terrible. And even when his niche comes up, he's only like okay. She can just do that. Alex is not that much of a... Like, his damage is not impressive here, but it's not that bad. What's really messed up about hero proofs is just so many fundamental units use them. That's what makes it so bad. Because, so, based on your own personal taste, you know, it's like with gold units, it's really random. There's loads of gold units that use hero proofs, right? But there's also loads of units, gold units, that use bones, void dust, you know, chains, whatever. So you can get unlucky and just happen to like all of the golds that use chains, and you might not like a lot of the gold units that use hero proofs, right? So it's not so bad. But the thing is, statistically, with how many gold units do use hero proofs, way more players than not are likely to like some gold units that use hero proofs, and then almost every free-to-play, like, fundamental unit uses hero proofs. There's so, like, David uses hero proofs, Ku uses hero proofs, I think George might, stuff like that. There's so many that almost, a lot of MASH uses some hero proofs, right? So there's just a lot of units that almost everyone is going to level, especially a free-to-play unit. And then there's so many golds that they're also likely to use hero proofs that it's so frequently a problem. It's so normal for it to be a problem. Where chains are actually the other way around, where the total number of units that use chains is actually pretty small. There's not that many. There's way less units that use chains in hero proofs, void, dust, and bones. And then most of the fundamental free-to-play units don't use them at all. It's mostly stuff that you just might want to level for, like, because you like them, like Ezo or something like that. So actually, it's pretty easy to get through the game and never really even need a chain. But I feel like a lot of the chain characters are just popular, right? Because doesn't Ereshkigal use them? King Asan and Kidu, and then Ezo. Ezo is insanely popular, surprisingly popular, honestly. So there's a lot of popular characters that use chains, but the actual number is pretty low. And then a lot of them, for the budget side, are not meta. Although plenty of the chain users for gold units are meta. Ereshkigal is very good, and Kidu is very good, etc., etc. Oh yeah, and you got the new passives, and the new passives are fucked up because now you have old units using new mats and things, and vice versa, and crap like that. So, yeah, that's a whole nightmare. For me though, in the early days, nothing was too bad for me. But I remember in the early days, bones were really easy because when I started playing, and this was before the NA server even existed, they had like bones as the login reward for just ages. They didn't actually switch out the login rewards very often back then, off memory. And they just give you bones from doing this, that, and the other. And like one of the first events I did happened to have bones in the shop. So, and I didn't actually level that many characters that used bones early on, just coincidentally. So I had this massive stockpile of bones and it was never a problem. And I was like, I remember getting cocky, like, oh yeah, bones are, you know, that's like the easy thing. That's never a problem. But then, you know, like a year in or whatever, it catches up with you and you're like, oh God, I need bones. Especially because I ended up, you know, liking free-to-play stuff, so. But yeah, early on, nothing stood out too hard to me as a problem. I just kind of coincidentally had an even spread. But the first mat that I noticed, like, okay, this is a problem, it was hero proofs. And it's because of David and Ku and those kinds of things, and there is so many gold units that use the hero proofs that, yeah, it did not take long for me to realize that was an issue. And throughout my main account's life, I would say hero proofs have consistently been the biggest problem for me. And when you look up like on the wiki and you look at how many units use each mat, it's not really surprising. There's just so many units that use hero proofs. Now this was quite a while ago, but I remember it used to be that Void Dust was actually the mat that the most servants used, but hero proofs was really close to it. But there was more like good units that needed hero proofs, like David, so a lot of people would focus on it more anyway. Where a lot of those Void Dust mats, you know, that contribute to it being the highest number was like Benkei and Vlad, right? Like, oh yeah, everybody's leveling those guys, right? Although I guess Vlad is starting to become worth a damn, so that's the thing. You have to suffer still though for those mats. I'm sure there's people now that are like who've had Vlad for a long time, never bothered to level him because he wasn't very good. But maybe they leveled him to like 444, right, and got him to level 90. But because he wasn't very good and whatnot, they just never bothered. And then as Vlad got buffed, they were like, oh, okay, I wanna level my Vlad now. I wanna use him with Castoria and stuff. And then they experienced the mat hell and they're just like, never mind. I'm so sure that's happened. And then some people probably bit the bullet and just stuck with it, but I'm sure some people were just like, fuck that. Well, I guess that's all Alex here. It actually is good to level Benkei to 25. I think again, 25, you send him once, you do not level him to 35. And that's actually a very practical thing to have on you. And it's not terrible to have a 10-10-10 65 Benkei, but it's very niche and it's extremely difficult. Like the mats are brutal, and only a few of his skills are even like worth leveling. So mostly the taunt. But every once in a while, his utility ends up being like perfect for a stage. Very rare, but it does happen. Yeah, he's not too hard to get to like decent skill ranks, and there's a lot of servants out there that at like 666 they're totally fine. Like that one cooldown reduction is all they really need, and it gets their percentages high enough, and it's all fine. But Benkei's not really one of those, to be honest. He really wants to be 10-10-10 because his skill percentages are so shit until they're 10-10-10, and even then they're kind of shit. So you need it every bit you can get. Also, there is a big difference between an 888 and a 10-10-10, because even 999 to 10-10-10 is a big difference, because the rank up from 9 to 10 is double. You get 2 skill ranks worth from 9 to 10, and you get a cooldown reduction. So it's pretty hard to quantify just how big of a jump it can be from 999 to 10-10-10. Now it depends on the unit. Some units don't play in a way where you care about the cooldown reduction, and sometimes the effect that gets stronger per level up is just not that big of a deal, right? It just doesn't matter. But there are a lot of units where 999 to 10-10-10 is a huge performance jump. Boy, this is definitely where that waiver though. But this is definitely where I wish I had beat those bonus stages to get more materials per clear we're doing right now. That would add up. I'm gonna BRB real quick, then we'll try to power through these free quests and get back to the boss fights. I'm gonna BRB real quick because I need to get some food real fast because I hunger. Alright. My food is preparing. So chat, I want a knee-jerk response, chat. Don't think about this. So, and I'm not gonna call the FGO police on you if you maybe answer wrong. Like, I'm gonna ask you a favorite something, right? And if you end up knee-jerk and you say your second favorite thing instead of your favorite thing, you know, you're not going to go to FGO jail. So I specifically want a knee-jerk response, you know, answer as fast as possible, chat. So for whatever criteria you want, it's completely up to you. Out of all of FGO that you've played, what's your favorite event? Favorite event that comes to mind, you know, out of all the ones you've ever done. So quick as possible, when knee-jerk responses here. I know there's stream delays, so I have to wait a second. But Guda final, we got Tower, Benny, wow, I don't think I've ever seen someone say Benny. In Summer 3, oh boy. I fucking hated that one. A lot of Guda finals, actually. We've got some Saber Wars, Shiki collab, Case Files. This is all over the place. I am seeing, though, some reoccurring stuff. A lot of people like some of the collab events, Case Files, Gilfest, and then like Guda. A lot of people like the Guda events. I'm seeing a lot of and some oh yeah, definitely some CCC. I see CCC in there, and K. Tesla Fest. I respect that one. That's actually really up there for me. I really love Tesla Fest. Surprise. So I wonder, for those of you that answered Summer 3, can you try to like articulate why you like it? Because I'm curious if it's like a story thing, a setting thing, or a gameplay thing. Like I want to know what. Because I suspect you have different mindsets here. The people that pick like certain events, it's gonna be for different reasons than like the people that pick Tesla Fest, right? Like that's gonna be more a gameplay thing, right? And so I'm curious about some of these. I think I only saw one person say Summer 4 there. Story for Summer 3. I have a, yeah, I bet, that's my guess is a lot of people that said Summer 3 is the story or the setting or some of the characters or something, which is fine, right? There's no right or wrong criteria, but I do suspect there's different criteria here for why like people like CCC or this, that, or the other. Okay, there's someone else with Summer 4. Yeah, looking through that, I would love to get a bigger sample size than that. I would love to get like a really big sample size of favorite event. That'd be really fascinating. But yeah, you could definitely see some repeat stuff. Almost all the answers I saw though were at least events that, regardless if I liked them or not, I know that the devs put more effort into, right? They're not, I don't think anybody really answered anything that was just glorified dailies. Because I don't think anybody likes that shit, right? That kind of stuff is just so boring. But yeah, there was definitely tower events, collab events, the festival events, the high effort stuff. Because even the summer stuff is much higher effort, generally speaking. Go West. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Dragon. I'm serious. I do not believe you. I don't think anybody actually liked Go West, at least in terms of gameplay. I'm sure somebody liked the story, so I guess there is that. Well, I will say though, the NA's Summer 3 was easier than JP's. They got the rerun version originally, so it wasn't as grindy. That actually happens on NA a lot, where NA gets like basically JP will make an event, it's shit. When they rerun it, they make it less shit, and then when they bring it to NA, they give them the less shit version. That happens a lot. They did that with Go West. They did that with the Maze event. They did that with Summer 3. There's a few other ones too. So NA doesn't always get the true grindy bullshit experience. But I do find though, when they make an event easier, they normally don't make it that much easier. They normally make it like 10, 15%, maybe 20% easier, which adds up, but it's, you know, not like the world's biggest deal. Like Summer 3, I still think was grindy, even the rerun version, like absolutely. It didn't make that big of a difference. NA is the superior server in terms of like the events like we just said, and like to get animation updates early and so stuff like that. There are areas that it actually is the superior version, and also you get what do you call it, clairvoyance, right? That's no joke, you know, clairvoyance is really OP. However, there's a lot of areas where the server, I would say, is super inferior. Like for example, your bugs don't get fixed worth a damn. You know, you had that stupid success chance buff for like 4 years, you know, good luck with that one. You sometimes get buffs late, weird, because sometimes they just like don't put the like Robin and Mozart got their buffs late. Although you get like Gramps' early, but you get stuff late sometimes. Not normally though. Also, you just have to wait forever, right? Like, I think that's part of being superior or inferior is you have to wait 2 years to get the latest and greatest stuff, and then you know that's really annoying. Like when the command code system came out, everyone on JP gets to just instantly enjoy it and play around with it and have fun with it, where NA had to wait fucking forever, right? So there's pros and cons to both. I do get why some people prefer NA though. I totally get it. Some people value the clairvoyance so highly that like they'd never want to give it up, and that's fine. I don't think that's crazy. I can actually understand that. For me though, it's kind of the other way around, where I value being able to, like with Mari, I like being able to use Mari right away and test her for myself and use stuff, or like the Grail front system, all that kind of stuff. I like being able to do that, you know, without having to wait. Like, I value that a lot. So yeah, I definitely prefer JP. But there are plenty of good things about NA, but there's obviously no, like, no one's being fooled, right? Everybody knows that, like, JP gets more, like, development, you know, focus, right? Like, that's why your NA bugs don't get fixed, right? Like, there was that bug on JP with the command codes. You fixed that, like, so fast. But then you had bugs on NA that just, like, take them forever to fix. How long did it take them to fix Taiga's divinity thing? Because I remember that being a problem, but I never paid enough attention to notice when they fixed it. I just know they fixed it at some point. Also, it's like, no shit, I don't value clairvoyance as much because I don't roll on a lot of stuff, right? Most of the characters don't appeal to me, especially the 5 stars, so I don't have to worry about it. So, you know, no shit, I don't value, like, clairvoyance as much. Yeah, the Mysticode bug was so long. That was ridiculous. Yeah, I agree. I think NA would be happy if they had like 1 year clairvoyance, or maybe even 6 months. Now, obviously 6 months is only so much time to save up, but 6 months would be like, okay, you know, we have time to plan and you can see things in advance, but you don't feel like you're just waiting forever, right? 2 years is a lot. Because I'm sure, I've never experienced this. I have never experienced this, but I know some FGO players have. Something gets added to JP and they're like, oh my god, I love that thing, right? Like the command code system or a new character or whatever. You know, something gets added that they're just like, wow, that's like my favorite thing. And waiting 2 years is just awful, right? You know, I've never experienced that, right? Because I'm on JP, so. I'm gonna be right back. Let me grab my food, it's ready. And we'll see how far we are with these free quests. I think we got a ways to go. Okay, chat. I want another knee-jerk response, so again, try to answer as fast as possible. This one is going to be easier to do, though. What's your favorite character? Again, whatever criteria you want. It can be, you know, gameplay, character, art, combination, whatever it is. Oh, Lobo, how about that? Boy, we're gonna see some stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have to scroll up and look through this. So we're gonna see some stuff. Yes, as many people in chat as possible. What is your favorite character? I'm gonna scroll up here and scan through this. What do we got here? Boy, this, I figured it would be, and there are some usual suspects in here. There's a Caesar, look at that, I got a fucking Caesar in here, we got Musashi, quite a bit of Musashis, that's, I think to be expected. Got some Emiya, Lobo, that's some taste. I like how our very first answer was Jerker, there we go. So we got Lobo, Quetz, Emiya, Caesar, Gilius. I don't know. I actually know Cobb has Grail. I was gonna say I don't know if that's troll, but I know Cobb has Grailed Gilius. Cobb, we need to talk about this. I need to pick your brain. What's the reason here? What's going on? I've got a Rosh. That's one I can respect. I'd say for Alter, Ozzy, Edmund, George. Oh, there's a Koo brother. Okay, I appreciate that one. Koo's obviously my favorite. Got a few Shikis in there. Less Emiya than I thought, to be honest. I mean, there's some Emiyas in here, definitely, but there was less Emiyas than I thought. A lot of Okitas, a couple of Beowulfs. I've only seen one Sei, and it's from Sei Stan, so big surprise there. Jesus. You got to, okay, more Edmund there. But yeah, Cobb, what's the reason for Gilius being your favorite? I need to... Is it just like you enjoy the silliness, like, or the like? What's the deal? This stuff is so fascinating, though. I always enjoy this. Great voice actor, true, absolutely true. Big agree. Like 100%. Yeah, he did make a good antagonist in Zero, and I actually think, memes aside, I think like his conversations with his master and stuff were actually really interesting, and we're just really a unique part of Fate Zero. And then you also have the memes, so, which the voice actor makes better. So it actually is quite it is a pretty unique character, but you are the only person that answered with Gilius as your favorite character, so you get to be a unique butterfly on that one. So I think the best master-servant chemistry for me, I guess Mordred and Sisigo actually. I thought that was fucking awesome, but actually Gilius is up there. I actually did think that was a very interesting dynamic and whatnot. I think it was pretty good. But yeah, I think Sisigo and Mordred is my favorite, like, combo. That was just great. And oh yeah, Waver and Inikandar, you know, that's classic, but, you know, it might be even generic to say that, but that is good. I think that was, you know, really good, you know, character arc they had and everything, so yeah, they're great. Fate Zero is awesome, I love it. Honestly, I've never really liked Ilya and Herc. Especially back then, they made it better, but in the original Fate Stay Night, Ilya is just such an underdeveloped character. I feel like that whole thing was just made because, oh, it's funny to have the little girl with the big monster. Like, they just... Ilya was just such a nothing burger in Fate Stay Night. You know, I didn't really buy it, right? So I just found it kind of whatever. I didn't... But they've made it better since. Like, they've made Ilya, I guess, a bit more of a character. Excuse me, I'm eating. Herc is the stepdad? Yeah, pretty much. But, you know, they didn't even do a lot with that, right? You know, there's so little screen time, right? So little screen time. Ilya's kind of just a shit in Fate Stay Night. See, this setup would actually be pretty smooth if it didn't need to bring in Caesar. And it almost doesn't, because Caesar doesn't add that much damage, but Alexander is just not hard enough of a hitter to do this wave on his own. Which is a big oof. Oh, that's a good one. Medea and Kozuki. I've actually always thought that was such an interesting plot thing. Because, like, the thing about Medea is she's not half as evil as she lets on. That's why she's not actually killing people. She just drains them of their mana but keeps them alive, right? But she is still kind of an evil bitch. But the reason for that is, one, obviously all the Jason stuff, but in her head, right, she thinks Kozuki, she can only keep Kozuki around if, you know, she's doing the Grail War, right? Like, she thinks if she's not participating in the Grail War, he's not gonna stick around. And, you know, obviously she has issues, you know, because of Jason and all that. So, you know, she desperately wants to keep Kozuki around. That's, like, all she cares about. So she, you know, puts up the front that she thinks she needs to do that. But she's obviously wrong, right? Because Kozuki just likes her regardless, and he literally doesn't give a shit, and he doesn't care about the Grail War at all, and she doesn't need to do any of that. That's like the point, right? She's missing the plot, but she's missing the plot because of her past, right? And that's actually a pretty common mistake humans make, right? Like, a lot of people, especially that do go through bad relationships and whatnot, you know, will have trust issues and blah 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 blah. But you know, there's more to those characters than that, and you know, she actually is crafty, and also some of the bad endings where she kills Shiro are hilarious, by the way. So it's all a pretty, you know, interesting story. I've always liked them, and it sucks that Kozuki is not playable in FGO. Maybe someday. I like Artoria and Kurosugu because they fucking hate each other. That's true. What's funny is they probably get along really well after Fate Zero. Like, if you look at how those characters are you know, later, they probably get along just fine. Oh my god, I didn't get my EMP. Whoops. Well, rip my buffs. That's gonna suck. And I can't even do a lot of damage this turn either. There are so many just hilarious bad endings in Fate Stay Night where like Shiro just does something stupid and just doesn't get plot armor and he just dies. It's great. We did get a Medea CE eventually, like a normal one. Took forever though. And it's still not like a super serious one, I guess. But, you know, it's something. And she doesn't have one like a lot of other characters do, like a really high quality art one and whatnot. Like I think it's a silly one. I think. Let me look. Am I crazy? I'm gonna look up Medea. You've got a craft essence section, so. Let's see. I know she has like the promo one, but that doesn't count. It's just copy pasted art from Heaven's Feel. That's not. That doesn't count at all. Right. Yeah, her only craft essence. Okay, it's not a silly one, but she's got the one with Atalante. I forgot about that. But that's all she's got. That's the one. But maybe someday she'll get another one. For some reason, I was thinking her craft essence was like one of the joke ones, but it's not. I really don't think we need more master-servant combos where they hate each other, because that's pretty counter to how the summoning system works. It's very hard to summon a servant that you hate. The only reason Kurotsugu did it was because his catalyst was so specific. For example, if Kurotsugu had used a piece of the round table, so it could summon anything really related to, you know, the Camelot, he would never have gotten Artoria. He probably would have gotten Agravane or something. Maybe Tristan, but probably not. Agravane seems like the best pick. Not be overlooking something though. Also, there's quite a few Camelot-related characters that have still not been detailed in any significant way. Like Borse, although they've talked about him a little bit, but not enough to really, you know, characterize him. So there could be another character that might sync up with Kurotsugu. I actually don't think he would get Berserker Lancelot, at least not in Phase 0, because, you know, Lancelot's just totally unhinged, right? And, like, desperate. I don't... we did not kill. Shit. But anyway, I don't know. Lancelot's just is pretty different from Kurotsugu in my opinion, where Kurotsugu is more tactical and whatnot. I mean, you can't technically you can't summon Merlin anyway. Merlin summons himself. You can't summon him. Like even in FGO, you don't summon him. He just makes you think you do. He's actually using self-manifestation. It's like a mirror of himself and whatnot. Merlin's very silly like that, but yeah, he can't be summoned. And of course, other people have like been around Avalon, but they're not associated with it, right? I mean, Avalon is associated with King Arthur, like 5 trillion%. That's just you ain't summoning anything but that. Speaking of which, I know there's this like a newer turn-based game, kind of like Divinity: Original Sin, which I like that game a lot. It's based on King Arthur, and it looks kind of awesome. But I don't know if I have time to play it. But I don't know. Maybe if chat would like that as a bonus stream. What do y'all think? 'Cause I know it's like he plays Mordred apparently though, which that sounds kind of awesome. It's like it's set after the Battle of Kimlan, so Arthur and Mordred have killed each other, but like someone like resurrects Arthur, and but something went wrong and he's evil, so they resurrect Mordred to try to stop him. So Apparently it features a lot of the characters throughout Arthurian legend, even like ones that you don't like know in the mainstream as much and stuff. So that sounds neat. So I might stream it. I think Kairo's playing it. Yeah, that's cool. I might watch him play it then. The main reason I'm kind of iffy on streaming it is it's huge. Like I don't just mean like the game. I mean the file size. Like it's unbelievably big. Like the file size. Like I don't think the files are like compressed properly and stuff, and it's just insane. But it's just called King Arthur, I think. It has a subtitle, I forget. But yeah, it's just like King Arthur, like Knight's Tale or something like that. But yeah, I love King Arthur stuff, Arthurian legend, and I want to know Green Knights in it. I've heard it has a lot of like more obscure stuff, and I really like that because I like a lot of the side stories and whatnot. So I'd be super interested if Green Knights was in it. Pretty sure it's using a pretty old version though for a lot of the characters. Like Morgan is not Mordred's mother. It's Morgan's sister, which I actually don't. Who is in some of the older stories is the mother of you know Gareth and all of them. Not Morgan. I don't remember her name though. I'm pretty sure that's what they use. And I think that it's. Mordred is the nephew, which that's actually a pretty classical take, actually, Mordred being the nephew to King Arthur and not like a bastard child. But there obviously are versions where he's a bastard child too, so I don't, when video games like want to pull from Arthurian legend, I don't really care which way they do it, right? There's enough source material one way or the other that, you know, whatever they think is most interesting or they like, you know, more power to them, so I never really care. More Goose? I don't remember. It's something like that. But yeah, it's Morgan's sister, and I know that is a like, classical like take on the legend though, where that's the mother, not Morgan. I wonder if Morgan is even in that game then. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, Arthur's all over the place with the parentage, right? There's some weird stories out there that never really caught on to like modern attention, right? They might have caught on in their time, but there's some pretty whack shit with Arthurian legend that does not sync up with like the air quotes canon people see today, like what people accept as canon today. All right, we don't have quite enough resources, but we're pretty close. So we'll at least do another boss fight or two here, and then we'll might farm a bit more. All right, we got a writer and something else. I always find it funny though when you see like, they're normally joking because people are aware that King Arthur has been gender bent in FGO and whatnot. But I do always find it funny when you see another video game or an anime or whatever use Mordred, right? And they're like, wait, why is Mordred a guy, right? And they're just kidding, right? But I always find that funny because Mordred is in that weird spot where they're not nearly as famous as like Lancelot or Arthur, Merlin, but they're also really impactful on the story, right? So, like, for people that learned about any of that stuff through Fate, obviously it's like Mordred's a really big part of the story, right? But they're not so famous and whatnot, so it doesn't like, people are so aware, right? People are so aware that King Arthur has been gender bent. They're normally are with Mordred as well, but it's just more of a joke, I guess. I mean, I always talk about this with history. I don't want to go on this rant again because it's annoying, but like history or legend, right? Because history is just, you know, what happened. Even if we can't figure out what the truth is, there is just the one set truth. There is no set canon for Arthurian legend. You had different writers from different time periods and different word of mouth and different cities having their own interpretation, and it's basically everyone was making fan fiction about a popular thing. You know, because you'd have some writer, they knew Arthurian legend was popular and in the public's, you know, consciousness, right? And so they would make a parable or whatever the fuck using it as a backbone of it. They didn't have to get the approval of anyone else, right? And they just make up a story and maybe it caught on with the people and maybe it didn't, right? And so that's why a lot of the stories conflict, right? For example, the Green Knight, almost everyone that wrote a story about the Green Knight pulled for from some basic framework, right? You know, he's normally kind of spooky and that kind of stuff, but you know, kind of mystical, blah 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 blah. But like a lot of the different stories with the Green Knight completely conflict each other. They can't all be canon. They literally can't, because his role changes. You know, sometimes he's loyal to Morgan, sometimes he's not, and like he's way more friendly, like in what is it, Arthur and Cromwell, stuff like that. It's just, you know, all those versions of the character can't exist at the same time, right? Obviously, they are pulling from a similar, you know, archetype, but it's not the same thing. And you see that a lot in Arthurian legend, where like the different takes on Mordred are just all over the place, right? Like sometimes Mordred's not even related to Arthur in any way at all. He's just some usurper, right? But then obviously you got some of the old takes where he's like, you know, nephew, and then you know, bastard child, and things like that. But yeah, that stuff's all over the map. And you know, like in some versions of the story, you don't even have Galahad, and then you do have Galahad, and in really old versions of the story, you don't even have Lancelot. You don't even have Excalibur, for God's sakes. You know, those things just change, and you know, no one version of it is ever going to be definitive. And none of the writers even tried to do that, right? A lot of the stories made by like a writer that was pulling from Arthurian legend, they didn't feel the need to give their take on like what happened with the sword in the stone, right? They didn't care. They were just making like a parable about some other shit, or a poem or something like that. They weren't worried about that kind of thing, right? They were just kind of taking advantage of this popular setting and you know, fictional kingdom and all that. And that's true for, you know, Greek mythology and that kind of thing. That's why it just really bothers me when you have people, you know, come into my chat or just on the internet or whatever, or people are even historians sometimes, you're talking about these things and they act like, you know, this story is this way, or Zeus is this, or Hades is that, when there's all these, you know, many different takes on, you know, Hades and Zeus and whatnot, and they don't really have why am I using my farming team for this boss battle, which I'm sure would actually work, but I don't want to do that. Rosh cards. I was like, what the hell am I doing right now? Actually, I don't think Lancelot really qualifies as a Mary Sue, not even the slightest, because a lot of what they ended up doing with Lancelot and a lot of the stories actually shows a lot of faults. You know, he was designed to be a classical knight and whatnot, and so it's actually pretty. I actually find it fascinating when you look at like the different time periods and the different writers, how they viewed Lancelot. So obviously he's a very capable knight. He pretty much is in every version of the story and that kind of stuff. But like and some of the earlier takes on Lancelot, his affair, as we'll put it, with Guinevere, is shown as actually kind of a good thing, right? Where love conquers all, even in a taboo situation like that, and in a lot of in the versions where they want to sell it that way, Arthur's kind of shown as not so good of a husband and that kind of thing, right? So it's kind of a love conquers all kind of thing. But then you have, especially from like the French, they were more like, no, that's not Christian values, right? And they really wanted to push. It's not been about the characters or the kingdom at that point. They really wanted to push just Christian values, and so they wanted to show Lancelot's actions as very bad, right? And they show him in a very damning way. And then they added in, Galahad to be like the opposite of that, and to show how to be a virtuous knight instead, right? But then you kind of have, as over time, they kind of found a middle ground, and I actually really like that. I think where Lancelot in like the mainstream view today is in a good spot, where it's in a middle ground. It's a gray area, right? Where it obviously isn't great to be cheating on somebody behind their back and that kind of thing, but there is an aspect of they just really loved each other, and Arthur normally is kind of what they kind of do with Arthur. A lot of times it depends, right? Sometimes he is just an asshole, but sometimes what they do is, and kind of what Fate did as well, is where it's not like Arthur's trying to be an asshole. They're just not a very good partner, right, and whatnot, and so you kind of get why all that goes down. But yeah, I don't think Lancelot's a Mary Sue at all. I mean, actually, there's several stories where he fails and whatnot, but he is definitely, on average, shown to be one of the most capable knights, and etc., etc. Honestly, the one that everyone calls a Mary Sue is Galahad, and he's closer to being one, but even Galahad I think is fine, because first off, I don't think there's anything wrong, especially in that kind of classical story, to have a knight representing, you know, pure and, as they would see it, Christian values. That's okay. You don't have to like it or agree with it, but it's okay to do that. And also because he is the son of Lancelot, who has been established in many, many stories at that point to be an incredibly capable knight, it would make sense that his son would continue on with that kind of thing and potentially be greater. It's very common, actually, for their kids to surpass their parents, right? So I mean, who else would be such a competent knight, right? Like, how would it not be Galahad, right? Like, how is that unreasonable? If someone has to be the super crazy, absurdly skilled knight and, you know, overly, you know, perfect, how would it not be Lancelot's kid? Who else in the story would be a better fit than that? Like, I'm serious. Who else would be a better fit than that, right? Now, you could say no one should be that good of a knight in a story, and maybe that's, you know, fair enough, but I think you can do it either way, so. It is true, there is a lot of the fan-fiction-y nonsense in Legend is there, absolutely. Like, abso-fucking-lutely, and a lot of times you'd see other writers maybe balance it out, but not always. There absolutely are some fan-fiction-y tropes in Ancient Legend, right? Because a lot of times they had an objective, and the purpose of the characters was to show off that objective, right? Like, they wanted to tell the people, behave this way or behave that way, or these are good virtuous traits, or those are good virtuous traits. And actually, sometimes the message in the story is good, right? It's, absolutely, but not always. So it just depends, and it's fascinating. You know, it is a mirror of like how the writers at the time, you know, saw things and whatnot. But yeah, I think Galahad for the most part is fine. Maybe not in like the earlier takes of the character. Some of that's kind of ham-fisted, but I think where the character ended up for the most part is totally reasonable. Like, I mean, if someone has to be the perfect child, I feel like Lancelot's kid is a pretty logical pick for that. So, not a big deal. I mean, pretty much all the knights of the round are implied to train all the time, because they're knights, and that's what knights do. But it's not like a lot of the... I mean, have you all read a lot of the original stories of Arthurian legend, right? They're written pretty insanely. You know, it's very old-timey nonsense. You know, it's not like... This is not Tolkien, right? This is not Lord of the Rings, where it goes on like a 3-page rant about how they prepared the dinner table, okay? This is not happening in, like, you know, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. So there's no pages dedicated to what's their training regimen, right? That literally doesn't exist, right? That's, you know, that's something you have to fill in the gaps with. So you can't say that, like, Galahad didn't train, because they're not talking about that to begin with. Yeah, and there are some takes on these stories that, you know, maybe are a little bit more down to earth, but a lot of the stuff is, you know, not. I mean, seriously, go read Sir Gawain and the Green Knight and you'll see what I'm talking about. They're not getting into that kind of detail or world building, right? Like, not at all. It's a goddamn, like, parable, really. That's, like, the best way of putting it. Okay, let's actually... I am so, like, on autopilot here with this team setup. We're soloing, for God's sakes. Get your shit together, man! You made a YouTube channel based around soloing. What are we doing right now? Actually, did I? I don't even remember. Chat, what? My oldest FGO content. I mean, technically, my first couple of videos weren't solos, but they also weren't really, like, proper content. I'm trying to... I mean, I guess what really started my channel going somewhere was Coup solos in Nero Fest, I guess, so... But I kind of always worked in some team stuff. Alright, hold up, let me, I guess this... Boy, we're gonna regret every decision that I'm making right now. Well, I'm gonna regret every decision I'm making right now. Well, the Guinevere thing is kind of all over the place, because there really are takes on, like, Arthur where he's a pretty bad husband, but there are also other takes where they don't even talk about it. It's just, yeah, this happened, and, like, who knows what Arthur was like. And there's some where, you know, it's definitely framed more where she's the bad one and Arthur didn't, like, especially the French, as from what I've seen. Now, I have, Jesus, I'm old and I haven't, like, I haven't sat down and read every version of Arthurian Legend in quite a while, but off memory, it's like a lot of the French versions, at least the ones that got popular, I'm sure there's ones that aren't like this, but a lot of French stuff definitely portrayed it where, you know, Arthur didn't deserve that, and like, you know, Guinevere's like stabbing him in the back, and it's like anti-Christian values are bad and that kind of thing. But it's definitely not always framed that way, so. Okay, let me see here. You know what sucks though? Ku is just so strong now, it's really hard to find content that is worthy of like doing Ku stuff. It's like it's so beneath him most of the time now, and what I mean by that, it's like it's so easy that it's just so obvious he's gonna win. And it's like you don't have to think outside the box, you don't have to min-max your turns, you don't have to, you know, trying to find that right value between like getting your crits and NP gain and all that. You don't care about it because it's just so easy. So and then you have some stages that are just so absolutely not designed to be soloed that no one's doing it, right? Like Fluffy or something. So it can be difficult. It's easy to use them on teams though. I will say Ku has always been a ridiculously easy unit to slap on a team. But because the problem I have there is because my Ku is so upgraded that if I put him on a team, it's kind of whack, right? It's like he's kind of too good to be put on a budget team. That's kind of why I started working on that other Grailed Ku that's like upgraded but not, you know, 120. How about these Gilius cards though? Really good stuff right here. Do I just kill Mori first because I don't have to worry about the break bar? That's probably the smart thing to do. Ku can actually be pretty hard to play when you're fighting something incredibly difficult. The thing is, Ku's raw value is so high now, his like survivability to damage ratio is so great that you can make a lot of mistakes and win anyway. And that makes that in turn makes him pretty easy to play. Now, when you are in a stage where you're really coming down to the photo finish, right, and you do have to get the absolute most value you can, there is plenty to think about, right? Ku does not autopilot his combos. It's not a clear cut that you always do quick on your NP turn, and then even if you do quick, it's not clear cut. Like, what do? Do you do art quick or buster quick art or buster quick? You know, it's not clear cut, and it's important to actually think about those things. And then your command codes can change, and when you cast guts can change, right? There's plenty to think about when it's a tough fight. The thing is, it's just not a tough fight very often. Like, it's actually quite rarely a tough fight, I would say, these days. Which sucks, because I like Ku a lot, and he's cool, and I want to make more videos with him, but I also don't want the videos to be repetitive and same-o. I mean, I've made enough Ku videos at this point that, you know, I'm happy to, you know, not rush them out the door and focus on making videos for other characters until something comes along that I'm like, oh yeah, this is clearly, you know, really up Ku's alley here. Maybe I should have put that art card last. If I don't get 9 NP gain, I'm pretty screwed. Okay, we got it. Yeah, I know, the pre-animation update Uchi. It's not great. Yeah, I've been trying to not spoil it, but yeah, Ku can solo Gwen. That's a thing. It's not easy. It's like he barely can do it, and you have to get a little lucky, and you got to use the Yang CE and stuff like that. But yeah, he can do it. He's not even 120 yet, by the way. I might wait to make it a video though until I get Ku's passive, his second passive, which is not happening anytime soon, unless they give me a reason to like use every SQ I got. But it removes a lot of the RNG if you have Ku's second passive, because you need to get your NP really quickly, and that 20% starting NP really helps. There's not really pre-animation update Leonidas, it's just Leonidas. He doesn't have an animation update. But Leonidas looks way better than Uchi when she doesn't have her animation update. Like, the helmet hides the body proportion problems a lot better, and his proportions are just better. Like, he's just done better. Yeah, sure, he's not amazing, of course not. But light years better than Uchi. Uchi's pretty horrific. Okay, so I want to kill here. Oh god, that's going to give crit chance to Uchi. I can't say I'm a fan of that one. Do I do it? I guess I do Buster. How am I ever supposed to crit? Can he do 44k with just the one buster and I do a quick? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. We need the stars. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, that's good. That's the best turn we could have had. We removed the defense down. We made as many stars as possible while also killing and getting our buff. Okay, she didn't crit us, so that's good. Do I do the buster up? Do we need it? I don't even know. Fuck it, I'm doing it. People want to see the damage. If we double crit, we'll definitely break. Yes. Oh, 68k. That's actually pretty impressive. It's a shame that those buffs only last 2 turns. What do you mean, quick charge into NP game? I'm over here. I'm working my ass off over here. I'm fighting for my life, and you're just doing this cheap bullshit when I still have guts available. Yeah, fun mechanic indeed. God, this game. I'm over here drowning, you know, trying to get a lifesaver, and then they just throw a goddamn bowling ball at me. It's like, okay. We were in pretty bad shape though because our NP wore off, so the next turn we couldn't do any damage. And even if we got our NP again, that, you know, what are you gonna do, right? So even with guts, we didn't have that much time left. So yeah, I don't think he would have won. What on earth is there a best fit for here? Like, what? This is such a straightforward boss fight. How on earth do you get a gimmick on your side? Like, how on earth do you justify that game? If only if his buff was 3 turns, that would help so much. Skill seal? That's not much of a gimmick though, I suppose. That's a lot more mild than most of it. That is just the worst character model. That is just, I actually think in the only character model I can think of that might be worse than albino Goblin Ushi, although I guess she's not an albino right now, but Goblin Ushi, the only character model that might be worse than that is Artoria's original character model. And for my NA only players, you all never got Artoria's original character model. You all actually started with her first animation update. The early Artoria was like Penguin Artoria. That was not great, and she fired a laser frisbee for Excalibur. That was something. So that's up there. I'm not sure I would say it's worse than Ushi because this really is bad, but it's among the top tier, if you will. And you did had Emiya day 1 with the ridiculous stance and really bad body proportions and all that. Yeah, I don't know how this sprite, even with the low standards of day 1 FGO, I don't know how this happened. Oh, yeah, day 1 waiver. Oh boy, that's a thing. Still better than Uchi, I think, but it's close. That's also really bad. Well, I guess I do the stars. I dwarf Hercules, like giant dwarf. That's a thing. Okay, 52k. That's a bit harder this time, but I think we do the same thing. The problem really is that we can't loop, and we need to loop if we actually want to have our damage last long enough. Why does his buff only last 2 turns? I really don't get that, because it's really hard to get any damage out of him the turn you cast it anyway. So it's more like it lasts 1 turn and it kicks in next turn, right? That's kind of how it works practically, which is really stupid. Okay. Cobb, Cop, talk to me. Is there any world where I don't cast the Buster Up? Like, if we triple crit, do we do 138? The thing is, saving the Buster Up doesn't even help that much because we're not keeping the attack up. So like, what the hell are we using it for even if we save it? So the third place Buster did 68k last time. And yeah, our first skill doesn't do anything. It does that. The only thing it does is if an enemy does like buff block, you can eat it with that. Maybe with high roll. I think we use it because I don't think we're gonna get much value out of it anyway, and also it might give us a safety net in case we don't crit. We might need to switch though to a different Mystic Code just because gutsing from full health because of the NP is so bad, and evade would obviously be a lot better. What if I do art to try to get our NP again? I don't think that's enough damage. But it's only a 50% crit chance. Fuck it, I'm doing it. We already know it won't work the other way. Well, we're screwed. And also we wasted guts because we didn't break, so she didn't quick charge. I had to try though, because I know it won't work the other way. Like, maybe if we have a gut CE, but then you'd have to get like godly opening hands where you get loads of NP gain. Like, maybe he could beat it that way, but aside from that, it's pretty tough. Hey, at least he's better than, like, Benkei and Geronimo. Geronimo's close, though, actually. Alright, we got Say's stand with Say, obviously. She would actually do really well here, because AoE. I don't want to use AoE for this one. I think we need to make it a bit harder for us. Okay. Alright. That's a thing. Yeah, Geronimo and Saber Gilius, I think, are actually pretty comparable. They're both in that... They're not terrible, like Jekyll and Hyde is, but they're also absolutely not exceptional at all, and they're not doing too much. Did we ever do Say against the Hydra? I feel like there's no way she's gonna beat the healing, but we can do some Hydra action here in a minute. Oh boy. Oh, Caligula! See, Caligula is a crime for a different reason. Now, obviously, his original animations and character model here are not very good, but they're not as bad as Ushi, right? Like, it doesn't burn your eyes as much. The reason why it's so sad is because his animation update is so good. Every time I click Caligula, I'm always like low-key in the back of my mind, like super excited to see his animations and his sound effects and all that. And then I get in here on NA, and then I'm just super disappointed because you get this instead. Also, this hand is absolutely shit. Horrible opening for our boy here. Way worse than both attempts with Caligula. I mean, with Caster Gilius, Saber Gilius. Look, I'm old, don't mind me. I can kill Mori right now. Like, I just have to hope we land a defense buff. I really wanted that attack buff too, but oh well. Honestly, not giving Caligula's animation update early is just really dumb on their part. Okay, good. We didn't get one turned. We need to break right here. I'm gonna save the crits for later, though. 138. Well, we don't have the... If we had Imperial Privilege attack up, I would be very confident in this, but I gotta try to save as many resources as possible. Damn it, so close. We absolutely would have broken there. So he might be able to beat this. I actually think he can beat this, but he's going to have to, he has to land the Imperial Privilege buffs. That's where we need that command code that boosts your buff success chance by 20%. That would make it much easier for him to win this stage. That would actually put it at the point where I think he would win more times than he would lose. But right now, I actually think he loses more times than he wins. But I think he can do it. By the way, I like how they have a sprite for each of the Yuri pirates in each other's version, right? Because you've got the archer one here, right? And then it's the other one and the rider one. But they made a sprite for them, but they're not used, right? It's only in the NP, right? You can't. They bothered to make a sprite, but they're not on the screen together because lazy. And you have all these other duo servants now. That was so messed up in that challenge quest, where they had every duo servant in the game, and all of them were on the screen at the same time, except for the Yuri pirates, where they're separate. It's like, okay, game. Can we get a goddamn like good opening hand for Caligula, please? Spartacus is also the same voice actor. He voices quite a few people. Yeah, Rosh, of course. That's probably his most famous one, I would actually think. Now there's a hand. I like that. I guess Caligula doesn't have his NP buff yet. I really wish he hadn't cast that. He didn't cast it last time. Ooh! There we go. Maybe I don't think I need this skill yet then, so I don't want the defense down, so I think I can get away with not doing it. Can I work in a quick card? Maybe, but I don't know if I need to. Only 51k. We're gonna be greedy. Yeah, okay. Not as much overkill as I would have liked. Ooh. Thankfully it wasn't a buster crit. Alright. Definitely cast this. I would love it if I could get away with not casting this and save it for next turn, but that doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. I value the faux pas more than the 20% crit, so that's why I'm doing it that way. Woo! That is right on the edge there. Chat, if he had his animation update, I would make this a video. This would be a fun little video. I'd like to make a good Caligula. It's hard to find good Caligula content like this. If he just had his animation update, I would make this a video. But I couldn't post this now that everyone knows about his animation update, and we don't have story replay. I have to look out. I need another event like this where you have these like a lot of medium boss fights, so you can kind of make a challenge for yourself and whatnot. Because I think he's got this now. Because now we get to do the star bomb and the buster up. Don't worry though, Cap'n. We will make another Caligula video. Like absolutely. It'll be especially once the animation update hits NA, because your Caligula is just so much better than like mine and stuff. So it's harder for me to do it with my Caligula. I've got level 81 though. Man, look at that fucking crit. We only got the 1, but that's all we really needed. I don't know why I'm yelling here. Yeah, I honestly don't know why they didn't add his animation update early, because it's not one that's tied to any major thing, so I have no idea why they didn't give it early. I think it's lazy. Because the JP devs are actually the ones that manage NA, and I just don't think they were too busy with other stuff and the whole lasagna transfer, so I think they just swept it under the rug and phoned it in. Like, if Olympus had come out like a year from now on NA and like they're more stabilized and everything, you probably would have gotten it early. But yeah, I suspect with just workflow issues and whatnot, they probably just couldn't be asked. Alright, I need to do that stage, I think, 2 more times to get that one. Damn it, and then like, so we have to do it like 8 more times to actually unlock the challenge quest. Man, I don't want to use apples. I wouldn't have to if I was actually playing off stream more, but it's fine. I've gained plenty of apples from this event. Oh yeah, actually, I won't have to do as many. We can turn in some of these materials that we're getting as drops, and you can trade them for the resource. So we'll do a bit of that. We'll do maybe like 2 more stages, and then we'll see how many we can turn in for and see if that's good enough. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the challenge quest. I could always just do Shiki, but I wouldn't mind doing something different just for the sake of doing something different. It's just hard to do something different because you need someone else to slot it and blah blah blah. Because this account itself really only has Shiki and Lubu. It doesn't have anyone else that would make any sense. So it'd have to be something from chat. I'd like to do Lee if chat's got one. Like, I know we have a few people in chat with good Lees, but I don't know if they're here or not. So yeah, Lee would be. I'd be interested to see how Lee holds up in comparison to a lot of the other units that I've used for this challenge quest. I don't know why I was gonna pass on the art cards there. Yeah, Elden Ring's, come on! I have never... I'm literally reloading that just because I'm annoyed. I have never... Oh, it's because I didn't cast the skill. That's why. Even then, though, that had to be a hell of a low roll. Yeah, I just absentmindedly forgot to cast the skill, but, like, what the hell? I don't... Funny enough, though, because I didn't cast the skill, it doesn't matter that I didn't kill, actually. So there's no point in resetting, but that just frustrated me. Like, what the fuck was that? I don't think I would use a 9991. That's too big of a hit in comparison to... Although, actually, I think the Shiki I used in the video, I don't think was 10-10-10. Now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure I used the scuffed one just cause... Oh no, don't 10-10-10 it on my account. But there's I think we have somebody that's already got one. 10-10-10. Who do you think is the absolute best DPS for this challenge quest? If everything else is budget. I was about to say, if you didn't add that part, I'd be like, there's no way to know, because it comes down to, do you have Merlin, do you have Scatty, you know. But if everything else is budget, so basically what you're asking is who can carry it the hardest. Like if everything you have is free to play, you know, who could you summon to carry you the most? Let me look at the event servants, because event servants have a really unfair advantage. I mean, Okita's pretty good. That comes to mind. Alright, let's see. Gudaguda. Where's the event bonus here? So, honestly, the welfare is really good just because she has so much bonus. So, you could bring other budget units to help you deal with the nonsense. And you could even give her the CE to armor ignore. But I think it's Okita, actually, because Okita's also an event servant, and she has armor ignore. That's insanely good, and she has survival, and she's just super good anyway. Yeah, probably Okita. I mean, there's some really disgusting DPS units out there, so it's a hard call, but if you have Okita with the event CE, she gets, what, like 250% bonus damage, and she has armor ignore? I mean, that's nuts. Like, that's absolutely crazy, and she loops easily, she has hard survival. So yeah, Okita pretty good. I mean, if you've got a lot of good command codes, right? Obviously, give them the usual suspects. But if you don't have a lot of respec items, don't freak out about it. Yeah, actually, we could do the challenge quest pretty soon here, because you don't have to beat the Hydra and stuff. We'll try to do the Hydra some today, though. Because the event's almost over, and honestly, the Hydra is just such a daunting thing to do without the event bonus or event CE. It's kind of cool to see how people do there. I feel like I might have forgotten to cast something, but whatever. Also, NA should be getting the free respec soon, so you won't need your respec items very much after that. Yeah, well, when we do the Hydra, I hope we can do it today. If not, we'll definitely do it tomorrow, but hopefully we can do it today. I'll try to stream a good bit today, just have a big FGO stream. It's been a while since we've done that, so, and this shit's fun, so. But anyway, what we'll do is I'll delete all my friend invites, we'll let people send them in, put it in the all slot, and I'll pretty much use whatever people want for the Hydra. So Medusa's animation update has held up okay. Obviously, it's one of the oldest animation updates they did, so it's not like 10 out of 10 or anything. But it's alright, but it would still be cool if she got one eventually. But definitely lower priority than like Matahari, Leonidas, Mozart, all that. They might give in the updated UI. Obviously, even the JP version of the command code UI is still bad. I will say this though, it's noticeably less bad because I don't like scream at my monitor because of the command code UI anymore. I mean, it still bugs me, and sometimes when I'm doing stuff off stream, I still really notice how slow it is, and like when you're doing something really hard and you're like trial and erroring different units out, but you need to test them at their best, so you need to try them out with command codes. I get really annoyed. Like, for real, if I'm doing like a budget setup and I'm testing out like, what if I'm gonna do like Chin Gong stuff with a Buster DPS or Mozart stuff with an Art DPS, you have to completely change the team, and if it's a really hard challenge quest, then you need to be comparing these things at their best, and that means command codes. And having to change out like 3 or 4 units command codes at a time, it's so awful. Like, it's absolutely terrible. It is better than it used to be though. Like, no, if it was the way that it used to be, I'd just be in an early grave right now. Okay, so we're at only 500? Oh, jeez. So we have to do one more, and then we'll see if after doing one more, if we can turn in our drops for the other ones that we need. Because then we can pretty much just go to the challenge quest. Oh, you got the UI update earlier? Well, that's good. You're not going to get the white cubes early, I don't think, because there's a lot more to that system than just a quality of life thing, right? It's a gameplay changing. Shit, how you doing, Zoth? I feel like you've been here for a while and I've somehow not noticed, as I am a bad host. I feel like we should have done Canis against Kualter earlier, now that I think about it. She definitely would have won, though. I tell you though, that nuke head victory really did surprise me. Like Legend, are you still here? Did you think she could do it going into it? Because I didn't. I didn't really even entertain the idea. I was more like, well, I'll try to do as good as I can. But seeing how a lot of the other units that only had one survival skill, you know, they weren't doing so hot. I didn't think that she would do very well. But TG, thank you for the gifted sub to Zaw. He obviously deserves it. He's our boy. My finals are sooner than they should be because they decided to remove 2 weeks. That sucks. Well, good luck. I did it myself. Well, when you did it, when you were going into it, though, did you think she would win? Because I don't even know how she did. I'm so confused. And I do feel like she does not have a 100% win rate because we barely won, and I really do think if you get like bad luck with him attacking you too much or critting or whatever, there are definitely ways that goes south. But a lot of the other units couldn't win it even on a good run. And if he did get a lucky run, they would still fail. So the fact that if she gets a lucky run, she wins, and she's AoE, like it still is pretty surprising.
Do it.
I didn't, but I just throw her at everything. I mean, fair enough. I used to do that with Ku. I don't do it as much anymore just because it's not necessary. Like, I just know he's gonna win so much, so I'm like, well, fuck it. Chat, how does the other half live? Imagine your favorite character not just being assumed to win all the time. I couldn't even imagine, chat, if I had a favorite unit that would like fail a lot. How could anyone handle that? Like, imagine your favorite character being Boudica, chat. Imagine being a Boudica fan. And you get your little shitty animation update. You solo like one stage every 30, right? Okay, now I'm just being a bully, but imagine my life green, indeed. Good thing there's necromancy. That no. Don't start that. That's a whole other world of suffering. I mean, he's not gonna kill it, so. This song is so damn good, man. Fucking old school Sonic music. Good shit. Let's see, chat. What who in my chat right now likes doing things like soloing or you know, doing budget setups or whatever, or just making their favorite unit the MVP, but your favorite unit is kind of ass? How many of you are here? Like where your absolute favorite unit is kind of ass, right? And you know it makes it difficult to not me. Yeah, Cobb though. Oh, I don't know about that one, Say. I don't know about that one. My second favorite is garbage. Canis is kind of meh. That ain't right. Although I do know you want Canis to be even stronger. Like there's no cap good enough. Actually, I feel like Canis is kind of more fun though than like. The super broken solo units, you can't really have fun with them unless the content is really hard, right? It has to be, and that doesn't happen super often. And but units like Canis or MHX, they're strong enough that they can beat some nasty stuff that a lot of other people getting wrecked by, but they're not so strong that it's face roll all the time. So they're kind of a happy spot. I would actually say, from my experience, doing the kind of shit that I do, MHX is noticeably better than the average to me, right? Your typical unit that just has one hard survival skill, single target NP, maybe damage up skills, a good solid toolkit, right? But nothing super exceptional, right? Those kind of more, typical units. MHX is clearly ahead of that, right? Clearly ahead of that. I see that crystal clear, but I don't think she is ahead of Canis. Now, it's kind of apples and oranges, and sometimes MHX is ahead because of the saber bonus, or stun gets more value, or you gotta be single target or whatever, but the opposite can be true for Canis, where you absolutely need guts, or you need to be AoE mixed in with normal card damage, right? It just depends. But I think MHX is a slight cut above, and I think Canis is a slight cut above that. And then above that is when you start getting into your commas and Kus and Enkidu and that crazy shit. But yeah, actually, I can see that, having used her again recently, that being an MHX fan would actually be pretty awesome, because very usable, and actually usable in a lot of situations, because Riders, Sabers, both kicking their asses, and Berserkers, and then being strong enough at pure neutral just because of such a good toolkit. Alright, that's it. But they're not so good that it's like easy mode all the time. That's a good spot to be in. Okay. Let's see how many of these we can buy. I have to at least buy the other bones, though. Like, I don't need to buy most of this stuff, thankfully. But I have to buy the other bones. Wait, did I already buy them? Oh, I already did. Okay, I thought I only bought 12, but I guess I'd bought some earlier. Alright, that means I can put it all into... Oh, I see. You can buy these with, the other mats, too, which I probably do have some extras of those. Okay, hold on. That's kind of complicated. Whoops! No, no, no. Well, I'll buy it with this first, because I know I don't really need these. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. That might be enough. Hell, that might have been too many. Wait, no. That literally gave me 51. Okay, no, that was fucking nothing. Excuse me. I thought it gave me 600, and I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, that did not help very much. That was half a run. The key is, though, turning in, I guess, the other mats, and we do have some excess of those. We have about 500 excess of each. Actually, we have more than that. Let me make sure there's not another stage that needs those. Okay, I need 400 there. So, I need 900 of those. Okay, that's pretty good. And then for that one, so I have 600 to spare. Don't need any there. Don't need any there. Does this unlock any more of these? Because those could technically use... Oh, fuck, I didn't see this one. Fuck! Damn it! Okay, we have, like, no extras of anything. Alright. Damn you, game. No fun allowed. Yeah, we're still gonna have to farm a little bit. What shall we use? Well, that's a kind of a cool Mordred, like, you know, level 100, but then just no real command codes, just NP2, so that's kind of vanilla, but put a bit of effort into it, so it's kind of neat. We use Mordred a lot, though, so let's go with, kind of like the idea of trying a saber here, because there's an archer, but then there's also a lancer. It might end up just being impossible, but we'll see. You know, we could use Nero, even though I don't like her, but I never use Nero. But, let's see if there's any good ones. She is definitely a unique kind of gameplay that we don't really show off much these days. Anyone in chat with the big Nero? Oh, we got, the tank there. Surprised we don't have any Neros because Nero's so popular. Oh, we got that one. Is it 10-10-10 Cap'n? Because that's all we really need is like 10-10-10. As I wait for Cap'n, then let me BRB real quick. Just gotta do something real fast. So, something interesting about Nero is she's a piece of shit. I mean, she has a pretty unique kind of scaling because she's normally incapable of looping her gut skill, right? Sometimes against Lancers, that they'll do so little damage with their healing and stuff, you can buy enough time to get your guts again. But it's pretty rare, right? But it does happen. However, as the ad, she scales in a really unique way because as the ad things like the heal command code, the heal boost command code, a really big one grailing to 120, right? As you do stuff like that, that buys her more time to get her guts again. And if she ever scales enough to where she does start reliably getting her guts again, she will become significantly stronger, right? Like she suddenly hits a breaking point where she gets a massive value boost. So I am curious if she's actually gotten to that point now, if she is 120 and all the little stuff, right? Because it can add up. Obviously, it's always going to depend somewhat on the stage, like how much damage they do and if it's a bursty stage or not, etc., etc. But all right, let's see if Cap'n is Gonna show up on my list here. Yeah, we'll see what the stage is, and we might mess around with some different stuff. I bet you Canis will actually do pretty well here. We might try that, just because we didn't use Canis earlier. Also, apparently Cap'n doesn't exist anymore. I'm sorry to inform you, Cap'n, but it seems like you've been reduced to ashes. As you do not. Ah, there we go. Just had to say something. Let's see what's. There we are. Okay, so 10 NP2. I don't know about this CE. We'll give it a go though. I'm not sure she won. Oh, she's got an event bonus. Rund. It's all Rund. Wait, I have. Oh, if I have a Canis video of this, I know what this stage is then. Okay, yeah, I know what that was. That was actually really fun. And actually, the new kid. Did I ever post that? Oh fuck! Did I ever post a video of New Kid doing this stage? Because that shit was awesome and took a lot of work, and I was very, very happy with it. But I'm not 100%. You did? Okay, thank God. I do that sometimes, where I'll like record something and sometimes even edit it, and I'll be like waiting to post it because I'm like posting other videos, and then I forget about it and I never post it. That's happened a few times. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if I ever posted that or not. That concerns me though, because I feel like if I posted it and I don't remember it, it's because I didn't do really significant edits. So it was probably pretty basic bitch edits, and that's I shouldn't have done that because we don't make a lot of New Kid videos. So I try to do that. Like if I know it's a character that I might never make a video for again, I really try to, you know, make it good. But also sometimes I'm in a rush and, you know, I phone it in with the edits. So I need to stop doing that. I need to just, I don't like doing, I like streaming a lot, obviously, so I like to stream every day, but sometimes I need to just be like, don't stream today, put all of your time, put the whole day into recording and editing, because I actually enjoy doing that, and it does make a better video. But I need to be more okay with doing that from time to time. Alright. Oh god, what's the plan here? So Tristan is the oh shit one. I will say beating this with a Lancer is definitely more impressive than beating it with a Saber, because there's so many Sabers here that obviously being a Lancer is super tough. So like if Nero beats it, it's not really. This will actually be pretty easy with Nero, I suspect, because chat, I want story replay. I want story replay because whenever they add a new Lancer, I want to be able to do this stage with them, because this is an interesting stage to do with a Lancer, right? So like I want to be able to do this stage anytime, right? I want to be able to, and the Hydra, right? If they add a new unit, I want to run them through the gauntlet, right? You have them fight Richard, you have them fight the Hydra, and 90% of units will obviously not be able to beat the healing of the Hydra and it won't go anywhere. But when they are a burst unit, it's like, oh shit, they can do it. Right, and then you've got this stage for like a big value check on a Lancer, right? You can like go down the list, right? And then you got the main story fights for like the the Gwaine and Lion King and Tiamat and all these things, down that you fight, right? That'd be awesome, right? That would be really nice. But of course we have these limited windows where we get to do this kind of thing. Yeah, maybe someday they bring this to the Rare Prism shop. That I would be very happy with that, because that would give us a lot. That would be so good, because you can save a few stages at once, right? Like some of them are on the same page, if you will. So you could save this stage and the Hydra one, and a few of the other ones. So that'd be awesome. I don't think I could get the challenge quest then though, which that would suck, because I'd like to have the challenge quest a lot, but it's probably more worth it to have these other stages. The challenge quest is good for testing team stuff though. It's very good for that. But the other stages are way better for like raw value checks and solo and that kind of thing. What do I go for here? Probably Lancelot, or maybe Gwaine, because the burn is so like awful, and so is the skill seal. Do I art chain? Yeah, actually I think I art chain, because we don't have starting NP. Yeah, Luvia, that's a good one. Do you still have the Panda Lancer versus Luvia recording? I don't think you ever posted it. I think I do. I know I have a Panda Lancer video that I haven't posted. I know I've got that on my hard drive somewhere. I've also got a couple of Ku solos I never posted in like the more recent Guda event with like the giant robot and stuff. But I've just done other things with Ku since then. I feel like there's not much reason for me to post those. Yeah, I think I do have some Panda Lancer stuff. I never can find though. I've yet to find like that perfect stage where you know you can really show off Panda Lancer and it's hard. I've definitely found stages where like Panda Lancer is really good and gets the job done, but they're not hard enough, right? I would really like to get like a really definitive video like that though, because she's got cool animations and is a unique character and green, by the way. Right, so there's plenty of positives here. But I do feel like if I ever did that, she's probably going to get buffed eventually, and then I would want to do a new one anyway, so. Okay. Do I catch Guts now, or do I wait a turn? Right, last 5 turns. I think I wait 1 turn. Got green clothing you're wearing now? Feels good. I have quite a bit of green clothing myself, which I don't think will surprise anyone. Oh, please don't quick charge. Oh, please don't quick charge. As soon as I broke that, I have memories of her quick charging. Oh, look! She quick charged! What a great mechanic! Yeah, it's like Elden Ring. You have to trial and error the fucking bosses. Actually, calculated. We face tank those, chat. We don't need to waste guts on that. Oh damn. She actually landed the goods there. Okay. Do I want to attack up here? No. Nope. Save attack up for Tristan. Tristan is the problem, 5,000%. This is so much easier with the Saber, though, than it is with the Lancer. Like, this is tough with the Lancer. Because it's just Saber after Saber after Saber. And they all hit really hard because of that. Damn. Chat, I do want to move on because I want to get the challenge quest, but is there any like Lancer you all really want to see here that you can think of? Because we probably could do one more if we want to try one thing. Romulus? Okay. I can get behind that. I saw that fucking Bin K. I saw that nonsense. I actually cast her guts too soon, surprisingly. Regigal, I think, could do it. I don't see why she couldn't. I think that would work. Might have to work a little bit, but... Man, if you land... Uh-oh... Okay. Took me a minute. I'm a little peeved. He has 600 health, and it's not like he killed us easily there. He barely killed us. What a dick. One of the many reasons Camelot fell. Okay, that, oh fuck, which one? Shit, which one, chat? This is one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make in my life, chat. They're both, like, upgraded as much as they can be upgraded. Okay, you know, chat, I have to agree with you. I think, I said only like one more, but I do think this warrants both. I think that's fair. All right, we'll start with the original Romulus because he was the first one, so that seems like the right thing to do. I have no idea what to do Mystic Code wise here. Atlas, okay, hold up. Let me look at his cooldown length. That's really important here. I just typed in Roma instead of Romulus, excuse me. Okay, there we go. There's our boy. Alright, his cooldowns are 5, 5, and 7. Definitely makes me lean towards Atlas. More NP than we need though. Do I do a quick chain then? Yeah, I think so. Please tell me, chat, Romulus has his first skill buff on NA. I didn't look. He does? Okay, at least there's that. Now, heal boost very good for when we cast Imperial Privilege, but I kind of want to do Buster here. On the other hand, I don't really want to use the Joan of Arc command code yet. Okay, really weird, but... Wait a minute, do I want to... Okay, no. Yeah, really weird, but we're doing that. Ooh, I like the crit though. Get him with the tree! Green Knight is often associated with like forests and shit. And that's Gwaine, so fuck him up. Oh my god. No! I really need Guts not to go off that turn. It could go off next turn, but not. I think that's you really need that not to go up there. What do you mean miss? My guy. We're on death's door here. So if honestly Guts didn't go up there, that would really have been good. We needed the time. We needed turns to sync up with Atlas. Yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it. Like we're gonna be one turn away from getting both of our heals again. So it's a pretty big oof. We need to break Artoria's health bar here. It's actually really important. We have double attack up, and I can give us the NP up. So have some faith, forehead. Also, shut up, BB. Fucking CCC music here. Get that shit out of here. Wait, his Guts is only one turn? I thought it was 3 turns. Oh, fuck, you're right. His Guts is only 1 turn. That sucks. I thought it was 3 turns. That BB emote. That's great, because it's like, what did I do? This song actually is really good. I'm not so biased that I can't see that. I don't even mind BB, to be honest. I don't mind regular BB. Some of the like old versions of her I'm not crazy about. But like regular normal BB is not half as like deranged as I think people think, so it's not so bad. We're close, but yeah, if we could just get one more turn, these 2 skills would buy us enough time for this to come back. And I actually think he can win, but I think his win rate is super shitty. And unfortunately, I have to go for Tristan here too. Well, extra is in English. It's CCC that's not. Yeah, I had to kill Tristan because of the buff removal. We got him, but that would be very hard for Romulus to do, though. And he might not be able to beat Mordred. I know he could beat everyone else, but I'm not sure he'd have enough gas to beat Mordred. And beating everyone else would still take a lot of RNG. But, like, obviously that was first attempt. I didn't min-max the command code, Mystic code. There's so many little optimizations that can make a big difference, absolutely. So it is possible that he can do better than that. And all the Lancers we've ever beaten this with, we actually had to do it multiple times. Not for RNG, but we had to do it multiple times to just figure out what the fuck was optimal. Like, I remember on Nukehead, once I figured it out, her win rate was like 80% or like 85% or something like that. But it took quite a while to actually figure out what the optimal setup was. I don't remember for Canis. I don't remember how... I don't think it was too bad for... I know it took more than 1 try, but I don't think it was like super bad. Actually, I want to look real quick. I want to know what Mystic code did I use on Nukehead. Also, I want to watch that video later because I want to know if I phoned it in, because I hope I didn't phone it in. I'll be disappointed in myself if I did. Oh god, I'm actually having flashbacks now. I remember now when I recorded that Nukehead video, and I remember doing all the basic edits, and then like really wanting to do more, and then not posting the video for a long time because I just could not think of what to do, and I didn't want to just like edit for the sake of editing. And I don't remember the ending. I don't remember when I came back to it and I finally posted it. I don't remember if I came up with any edits worth a fuck, or if I just was like, fuck it, I'll just post it vanilla. I have no idea. But I remember now when I made the video, like I remember not wanting to post it because I didn't have any like good edits in mind. But I don't know if I ever made any or not. But so I use default, which I'm guessing is because of the heal just adding up in the long run. No, I don't mean that. I remember the stream stuff, and that didn't really work out. But that had nothing to do with it. Like because that's recording. That's not post, right? That doesn't like matter. Yeah, that was like one of the only videos I think I've ever recorded on stream. Because it's really hard to do it and have the quality not suck. Actually, I think what I did was I recorded it off stream, but I was in my chat. Is what I did. Like, I turned the stream off, recorded it, and then turned the stream back on. Something like that. That was a long time ago. Actually, I remember I did give the signal because the thing is I had to switch back and forth, like between the recording. I don't remember what recording method I used back then, but I had to switch between forth. And so I came back and said, okay, do it in like just a few seconds, right? And then I went back because I knew it would be a few more seconds before I got in the game and actually, did anything. But then that translated to don't do anything until I say something again, which I was never going to say anything again because I wasn't in chat at the time. I remember that shit, and thank you, Master, for the Twitch sub, the Prime. I was going to say Twitch Prime, but it's Twitch Gaming or Prime Gaming. I don't know what the difference is. But thank you for the 13 months. I really appreciate it, dude. Good times, though. Good times. Chat, when you use more than one unit and you use units that you know can't win, you waste so much time. I just like to say, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and like if I was just knocking these out, I'd be done in like 30 minutes. If that, but it's funner this way. Okay, game. It's just fuck off with the deck bullshit here. Oh, that's a good point, GP. That's a really good point. The unit cycling is really bad for Romulus because he won't get the Roman stacks. Yeah, that sucks. I didn't think of that. That is really bad. And he'd be pushing it anyway compared to the other units that have already beaten us. Okay, why can I not get Romulus again? Is he in the Lancer slot? I don't think so. Also, I haven't seen Scroll again anyway. There we go. I actually find fist weapons incredibly easy to deal with in Elden Ring because their range is just so shitty, you just take advantage of that. And you space them out. Like, you can space them out with, like, any weapon in the entire game. I actually think fist weapons are trash. I hate saying that, but I think they're really bad. Now, they're not as bad as, like, axes, because at least their speed is fine and their damage is fine and that kind of thing, but having that bad of range is a massive, massive problem. I think there's some weapon arts that can bail them out, though. Yeah, Armstrong. I've seen some pretty funny cosplays in Elden Ring. People have been pretty creative there. Yeah, I do stand by killing Gwaine first is best because he busters a lot and his NP is the most annoying. I love Risk of Rain soundtrack. It's so good. I actually added a few more songs from Risk of Rain to the playlist. Do I second skill? I think I second skill. Oh, I'm trying to think. I guess I gotta do this. I need to do damage and get my NP. I was thinking about archer chaining to guarantee it, but I think this will work and then more damage. Oh yeah, that was funny. No problem. Oh yeah, I'd love to play Risk of Rain's normally, the shitty thing is I think when I'm free, you're normally asleep or something. Oftentimes if I'm playing it, I'll check to see if you're around, and you normally are not, so I'm assuming it's just a schedule thing, so we gotta figure that out. Because yeah, I love Risk of Rain and I'd love to play it more. Okay. Now, if we don't kill Gwaine here with our NP itself, that's really bad. But we might. Maybe I do one. Okay, I'll do Buster NP Buster or something like that. So we do this. I guess I do this. I'm kind of leaning towards Atlas for Romulus, especially with me casting his invulnerability early. Alright, I'm actually gonna do quick. Because I'm gonna have faith that we're gonna kill, and then I want stars for next turn. There's no way we don't do 11k. He might be a Saber, but like, should not be a problem. Oh yeah. Actually, that is a surprising amount of damage to do to a Saber right there. Fuck, I should have done Buster! I should have done Buster! I'm an idiot! Fuck! He did way more damage to Lancelot than I thought with that MP, so fuck. And we almost killed anyway. If he had actually killed there, then Quick would have been incredible, so I could have double killed and gotten the stars. That would have been absolutely amazing. But yeah, Buster was the way to go there, and we really needed to kill him. That's a huge waste. Because I could put having a whole turn go into a 1,000 health enemy is atrocious. Like, obviously I want that to go into Bedivere. Ugh. The pain. Bro, I didn't know, chat. I didn't know. At least we get the overkill bonus, but I don't think we needed it. I think we would have gotten our NP that turn even without the overkill bonus, so... Yeah, that's just a bad turn. Because if I could have fucked up Bedivere there, I might actually be able to kill him this turn, which would be super good. Okay, Tristan should die to just the NP. And if he doesn't, we were probably fucked anyway. I want to do that art card. Oh, I want to do that art card. Also, Atlas would have been really good here, because this is on a 2, would be like, ready next turn. Fuck. 57k. Definitely that. There's not that many Romans, although Artoria is double Roman, so... And we're double Roman. So there's actually 4 Romans. I'll be safe. Oh. Why is he doing so much damage? I'm playing everything wrong because I keep thinking our damage is going to be lower than this. Okay, no, he didn't kill everything. Yeah, okay, fine. Fuck it. I don't know what's happening right now, but I mean it's certainly working out. So I could have made stars there. I think we're gonna win, chat. Imagine, wow, he's really doing well here because I am not playing this properly at all. I did not play well here. But not only we have guts, which that's at least 1 turn, and then 1 turn from evade, and then invincibility is back. So we absolutely win here. Yeah, I guess he is 2k foed and everything. That doesn't matter. People always say this, like, oh, but he's NP5. Look at what every other unit, every other Lancer that's done this, right? Nukehead was level 100, NP5, I think 2k foe, and I don't know what Canis was. Actually, let me look. Let's see, because that was a long time ago when Canis did it, so I may not have been maxed out yet. There it is. Canis was, she was 96 in P5. So, I mean, he's not like strong arming compared to the other units. Because yeah, he's doing this so much easier than Canis and Nukehead did, and they're almost as upgraded. And Nukehead is tied, and they had to like really work to beat this. You know, there was a degree of trial and error and min-maxing. I'm over here misplaying on my first attempt and like fucking it up, and I'm winning anyway. So that's a big value shift. So I guess it's just the damage thresholds are like right where he wants them to be, so you know, where like the other units might do, like Canis might do more damage than him in burst, a lot of it's going to waste. So I think that's where part of the value is. Now, it's kind of, there is a chance at the turn that we cast this that we would still die because it's 2 hit, but we're not going to make it that far. The stage will be over by then. And even if we made it the next turn, this would come back and this would come back, so. Well, he beat that with flying fucking colors. Do people want this to be a video? Because I feel like we already made a video of this stage so many times. I don't really want spamming. I don't really want to eat the app on this one just because I want to do the challenge quest today. So, and you can't do the challenge quest with this one. I've made like 4 videos of Lancers doing this stage now. So, although it'd be cool to show how good Romulus did on it, but chat, they're obviously going to add story replay, and we'll just do it then, right? Okay, if I didn't want to do the challenge quest today, I probably would have saved that stage, but I really do want to do the challenge quest. Okay, you don't have to do that one. We have to do that one and that one. I think that's it. That's all we have left. I remember this one. I think this is Jerker, the little shit, and Summer Joan of Arc. I think that's the one. What shall we now see? That's a Lee that I'd like to use for the challenge quest. Still need the damage CE for that one, obviously, but yeah, I wouldn't mind giving that a go. Yeah, I think story replay will happen. I do. I absolutely do. I feel way more confident about it than I did before. It's just a matter of time, right? Nasu might want them to wait. You know, there's all kinds of stuff. Obviously, pipeline bullshit, but I think it'll happen. I very much do. Okay, this might be overkill, but I haven't used him all day, and he is my favorite unit, so. And hey, he doesn't have his first skill buff, and I'm not just copium here. Like, you know, that's a big deal, right? The cooldown and attack up and all that. You know, that's a big part of why he's so broken on JP. Yeah, that Lancer Lee's pretty great. Why does Jerker only have 1 sock? I just like either 0 or 2. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking weebs, man. Yeah, I could definitely see story replay happening sometime after 2.0. I could definitely see that. He's lost it. Oh man, Cairo's streaming that Arthur game right now. I want to watch that. Fuck. Well, hopefully he'll still be streaming it when I'm done. I didn't realize he was streaming it like at right this exact second. I'll have to watch some of the VOD because I want to see it. Either that or I play it myself, but the file size is so unbelievably huge. I'm not sure I could get away with it. I wonder how much damage this dot is gonna do. That's funny. Jerker burns you and her teammates. I see what they did there. So Jonah Arc NP's the soonest, but she's also an archer. I kind of want to kill the little one because I think her NP timing will be annoying. However, I can just NP that, so we can just do Buster things here. I really should wrap up kind of soon, but I really do want to do the challenge quest, so we'll try to just... Oh. Well, that complicates things a little bit. That escalates the stuff. Let's see. I mean, Ku can definitely do this. It's a matter of priority, though. This is definitely a situation, though, where... You know what? I don't think the crits are going to matter that much. So, actually, I'm going to do this. because I don't really see why I would need a crit with the health thresholds that the enemies have, so oh god, we're an event servant. Well, probably could have done the quick chain then. Okay, yeah, event servant things. That's a little silly. Although actually that probably doesn't matter because I probably would have one-turned her anyway, so it's just like an overkill thing. I guess I can just let Guts go. I don't need to cast anything. But I should have done quick before, and then used the crits here to get NP gain, but I didn't realize that we were going to do that much damage. Because if we didn't have the event bonus, I would have needed to have done Buster, NP Buster. I think I made the right call, because I think we were been pushing it, but I think without the event bonus, I would have killed the Lancer with my extra attack. I don't even need to use Atlas here, honestly. Who's kind of good? You know, chat, what would be really cool? Because on the one hand, it's nice having my favorite character be... Oh look! Quick charge as a break bar gimmick! Wow! Just such fun gameplay! Anyway, thankfully QSO survivability, we had a safety net, so it doesn't matter, but, so on the one hand, it's nice having my favorite character be outrageously good in the game, and a budget unit, right? So he is not only just this budget unit that can punch above his weight class so much and is just such a good unit, but then everybody can have him, and I like budget units anyway. Like, that's, like, amazing, right? Like, he's my favorite style of unit, which is budget, right? And he's also, like, unbelievably strong, right? And he's... Even though he is a budget unit, he keeps up with non-budget units, and that's very satisfying, right? But on the flip side, when you're just dicking around and whatnot, I don't get to use Q that much because he's too good, right? And that can be kind of frustrating. So, the fix to this is if they would add, like, you know... Berserker Coup, and he's just kind of middle of the road, right? Or Saber Coup, or you know, whatever, and then you get both, right? That would be great. But we have Proto Coup, but technically different character, and also no animation update, etc., etc. So it doesn't quite get the job done. Look at this nonsense. I can just invulnerability. Oh, she gets sure hit though, so now our evade coming back doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. We have invulnerability, and then I could Atlas, and we're about. I think we win this turn. So. Not that Saber Coup. Coup doesn't even have his anti-berserker stuff right now. One day. Alright, we got one more to do. But unfortunately, I think we have to farm a little bit to actually unlock it. Oh, I do like this event, though. I do wish, though, a few of the stages were a bit harder. I don't think they all need to be as hard as the Hydra. That's maybe a little too far, but I wish they were just a little bit harder. This last round of stages, though, are pretty good, especially for, like, using your favorites and that kind of thing. And there's a few other ones we haven't done that you can do after the challenge quest, and I think some of those are a bit harder, actually. Alright, what do I need here? So I still need these, so I have 120 extra of these. Unless I need them for some of those other stages. Which, I mean, I don't have to do, but oh god. That one doesn't cost any. I might have to do that one for the challenge quest. It would be best if I didn't turn any of these into the other mat. That means I have to do the stage like 5 times. Which can't say I'm super happy about. Alright, let's just grit our teeth and try to get this over with real quick, and then do the challenge quest. Alright, chat, here's a question. So, like before, I want like knee-jerk answers, don't think about it. If you end up picking your second option instead of your top option because of a knee-jerk reaction, that's fine. We're not calling the FGO police, but just answer as quick as possible. what's your least favorite character in FGO? Because earlier we asked what's your favorite character, but what's your least favorite character? Like, if there's any character that comes to mind is, you know, I don't really like the cut of their jib. Hero. That's always a divisive one. Double Nero right there, but yeah, she's got a lot of fans and a lot of haters. Seen that one quite a bit. A lot of Jolters there, actually. Quite a bit of Jolter hate there. Some Gilius for the reverse of before. Van Gogh, I support that. I support that. Woo. There's definitely a style of character that I'm noticing here. Quite a bit of Gilius, though. I saw like 4 people say Gilius. People, actually like 5 people. So yeah, people, not a fan of Crazy Eyes there. Oh, Calamity Jane. I don't like Calamity Jane's fashion at all. That is pretty bottom tier. Barrel. Not the kind of character I meant, but I'll accept it. There was a lot of Neros though, like shit. And Truck-kun, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you, dude. And your resub has, for some reason, reminded me of the time that I was using your Okita, and we had that absolutely insane bug where, chat, how do I explain this? The fucking, we used Okita, lost the stage, just lost the stage, right? And then we started the stage as Musashi, and for some reason it loaded in as where Okita was. And it was so insane because it gave Musashi Okita's skills, but she still had Musashi's hit counts and blah 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 blah. And I think what happened is we had started using Musashi, and then the app actually crashed or something, and then we reloaded it, and it loaded her in with Okita's stuff for some reason. And so we were already midway through the stage, and we already had Okita's buffs up. Oh no, we already had Musashi's buffs up. I don't remember exactly how it all works. We got the bot somewhere. I have to go check. But yeah, we had this insane fusion of Okita and Musashi, and that was so weird, dude. That was so weird. Like, I remember when we reloaded the stage, it wasn't even the point in the stage that Musashi was at, right? Like, it was where Okita ended her stage, like quit out or whatever, which was a while ago. It was a completely different stage. So somehow, like, the memory, you know, got overloaded or overlapped somehow. Yeah, I'm sure there's a clip of it, and I've saved the VOD, and I think I put like crazy bug in the title. So if you look up like Hanako Talks and bug, you'll probably get it. I think it's the only stream title to have bug in the name. Yep, if you put in Hanako Talks bug, you get it. Let me see if I was smart enough to put a timestamp for it. I wasn't, but someone else was. I'll have to pin that. Yo, what the fuck, dude? That's so messed up. Good times, good times. I've never seen that bug again, and I've never even seen another player that had that bug. I've never heard another player report it. I never saw it posted on Reddit or anything. I've never seen anything to do with that bug ever again. Now, it probably did happen to somebody else, but they might have just not, you know, used social media to spread it or whatever. But I would imagine it did happen. But whatever caused it, I suspect was a very rare set of circumstances, and potentially was patched also by now. But yeah, I remembered it because of Truck-kun, because it was his Okita, if I remember correctly. Also, why wouldn't we be talking about Bug and Musashi? That was a pretty wild thing. Oh, the things I've seen in FGO over the years, man. Between, like, the deranged ramblings of, like, haters, and you got, like, that Kiyohime guy that burned his account, and all the bugs and challenge quests and stupid, quality of life updates, like the mailbox animation update. That was a good time. I don't know why I'm stunning. I feel pretty confident that we're gonna kill here. Old Nako Breen, yeah. And you got Gramps insta-killing that dragon. How's it? Cairo, no! No! I'm supposed to raid you, you stupid fuck! I wanted to watch that game. God damn it! I was over here like we gotta hurry this up, and we gotta beat the challenge quest, and I'm gonna go watch Cairo play this game, and he fucking raids me. You fucked it up, Cairo. I wanted to see that game really bad. God. Alright, we gotta. It's fucked though. We really do have to do this stage like 4 more times, I think. It's like the last farming we have to do though. And actually, I might be able to get away with 3 because these mats we're getting to drop, we can turn into more of the whatever the material is that we need. You took too long, it's your fault. It's because we've been, you know, smelling the roses and doing silly solos and stuff. Actually, we had some pretty cool stuff today. Nukehead surprised the hell out of me. We're doing a cool altar stage where he has 5 stacks of guts, and most like standard units, like just like 1 survival skill and stuff, they didn't really have a chance. And obviously the big boy solo units could do it, but somehow Nukehead was able to beat it, which I was pretty surprised by. I feel like, God, I need to like pay attention to what I'm doing so it doesn't take me 5 years to click all these buttons. But I keep like going back and forth between the menus. Yeah, I don't like Avenger Hercules either. That's actually pretty high on my list of characters I don't like. Now that's not in FGO. It probably will be someday, but that character is just, that is such a fan fiction-y character. It really stands out to me, and I really don't like it. That's like my only huge complaint with Fate Strange Fake. I like Fate Strange Fake a lot, but I don't know, some of the stuff in this recent volume though sounds kind of stupid to me, so I'm not sure. And I don't really like a lot of the Ishtar stuff because, and the writer even said this, they did not intend for Ishtar to be a major character, but then like because of FGO, they decided to make Ishtar a major character, and you can tell, it really shows that it's not like planned out well, and just all of a sudden Ishtar is super important and blah blah blah. And I don't care for that too much. But yeah, those are the 2 things that I don't like about Fate Strange Fake. But I do like a lot of other stuff, so. I do have a feeling at the end of the day, Fate Zero is probably going to remain my favorite story. Did I forgot to, I'm talking too much. I didn't cheese her buff, so we didn't kill there. Well, there goes our 3 turn. Hey, Gray, what's up? Kind of sad though, Cairo, you raided as we're like doing a quick farming break to do the final stage. All I've been doing this stream really has been like some pretty spicy solo stuff, but now we're farming. Yeah, I don't like that either, Gambler. There's plenty of dumb shit in Fate. Like, you know, Van Gogh and all this nonsense. Cairo, have you seen Super Paul's animations? Because they kind of hint at regular Paul in one of her animations, and it's kind of sad. They make like a statue of regular Paul. It's obviously still like the really cartoony, you know, style and all that, but yeah, it's like, fuck, we're never getting it. Oh, Cairo, here's a question for you, because I asked my chat this earlier. So knee-jerk reaction, Cairo. You can't stop and think about it, and if that means you give a slightly wrong answer, that's fine. But off the top of your head, out of all of FGO, what's your favorite event? What comes to mind real fast, what's the event you've enjoyed the most for whatever criteria you care about, right? It could be story, gameplay, like literally anything. Gotta be snappy. Go West. Nero Fest 2. That's a good answer. We had some pretty interesting answers actually. earlier, but it was a lot of the events that you would expect, right? Events that they put a lot of effort into and had a lot more like meat on their bones. But there was actually a decent chunk of people that picked Summer 3, and then I asked those people if the reason he picked it was gameplay or story, and they said story for the most part, so... Which I'm not surprised by. Although, actually, I don't like Summer 3, but the final boss fight with BB was pretty fun. Obviously, not to take it like super seriously, but it was a fun stage to solo and stuff. And the raids were pretty fun. And the challenge quest was very fun. I actually loved the challenge quest in Summer 3 to death. That was awesome. But, the overall gameplay experience in Summer 3, I did not like at all. One with Arash and stuff? Yeah, I know which one you mean. I know which one you mean. So I really like that one too, actually. We had a few people pick, you know, tower events, that kind of thing. A lot of people picked Gudaguda Final, which is actually the event we're doing right now, but actually that might have been the most picked one. It's hard to say, but that was a lot of people that picked that for sure. I do like Setsuban. I think it's better than the CEO or Amazonas, you know, whatever that event was called. I think it's better than that one. I kind of like, though, the Galatea Tower event more. I don't like it more at the start. The start of the Galatea event is terrible, and I disliked it so much I thought I was going to hate the event. But it really cleans itself up for like the last 50 floors. And then the bonus floors. Holy shit, I like the bonus. Oh my god, we're fucking it up again. If the Galatea one, like if the beginning was better, that would be potentially my favorite event. But, the fork turning. But, for me, it's like probably Tesla Fest actually. Even though I kind of hated it as a content creator, in terms of what the event was, like exactly what I want. But Guda Final is really close. I really, really, really like Guda Final. I think it's super good. It sounds a little loud. Every time an awesome event comes out, I just am so sad when it ends because I know that most of the events are not that good. The worst time for me to play, I was moving into my apartment during Tesla Fest. Yeah, I know you barely got to do anything in Tesla Fest. It's fucked up. Let's see, what are some good events that maybe people might have forgotten about, though, that maybe aren't as in your face like Tesla Fest or Guda Final? Let's see. There is the APOC one, but a decent amount of people did pick that one. And CCC is a pretty standout event that people like, I would say. Some of the other Guda events have been alright. Like Guda 3, right? I think that was pretty good. A lot of times, so, okay, this one I don't even know. There was the Imaginary C or whatever, you know, 4.5. It had a lot of filler, and a lot of times it was basically glorified dailies. And a lot of the boss fights were either do the gimmick that makes the stage nothing, or you can't beat it. There was a lot of that, but it did have some stages, like that one with the homunculus. That was a pretty awesome boss fight, actually. And you had a really good challenge quest. Right, yeah, Imaginary Scramble, that's the name of it. So it's not one that I'd put up there with Guda Final or Nero Fest, Gil Fest, Tesla Fest. You know, it's not up there with those, but it had some good stuff. It was not boring, and the challenge quest was extremely good. So. Okay, how close are we? We're at 540, and we need 600. We might be able to get what we need from just buying it. We can only get 22. I'm not sure there's any point in doing that because I think we might get enough in one more stage. Let me see here. Yeah, one more. We get it in one more stage no matter what, so it doesn't matter. Which one's that, Neo? Primo? I don't, what is that one? I forget a lot of their names. Because a lot of them are just like Romanized Japanese. And then so I have no fucking idea what they are. Oh, the Meteor one. I think most people liked the event, they just didn't like the story. I would say overwhelmingly that's how people felt. That's certainly how I felt. Like, I actually enjoyed the event a lot. It didn't really have filler. It was a lot of boss fights of like medium difficulty, which is pretty fun, and then a really hard boss fight at the end. That was maybe a little bullshit, but still, well, no, it was bullshit. Oh god, yeah, no, the RNG thing, that was fucking stupid. Like, oh my god, RNG had way too much of an impact on that stage. That was dumb. Other than that, though, the boss fight was good. See, I liked it. It's, again, not a Tesla Fest level one, but I liked it. And the fact that it has no filler was actually pretty sweet. And I prefer that dramatically. And, yeah, really, I only ever saw complaints about it on just the story's stupid, which I agree with. Not everyone does, but I definitely saw people complaining about the story and Beach being dumb. And then some people thought the final boss was dumb, which I don't entirely agree with, but it is a bit dumb, right? I think it's hard to argue it's not a bit dumb with the whole RNG effect thing. Yeah, and the event's E tied to the banner, that's dumb too. You didn't need it though, thankfully, it wasn't necessary. And I'm pretty sure I didn't use it in my video, right? Dear God, I hope I didn't. I'm almost positive I did. I gotta check. My curiosity's killing me here. Let's see. I forgot the boss's name. I'll just have to look up Burgess, because I think I used Burgess for that. Why does that not bring up my, okay, it brings up every video I've ever done with Burgess, except that one. So, that's helpful. Yeah, I should probably, yeah, it's not in the title. Okay, I didn't use the event CE, thank God. I would have been really disappointed in myself if I did. The 3-star one's fine, I guess, because I think anyone could get that one, I think. But yeah, that was kind of bullshit, but it wasn't needed. I don't think anything was scaled for it. It was just like you could get a lot more bond from the raids with it. Yeah, the raids should have lasted longer. That clearly was not done well. I would have preferred, because there was no filler, just have the raids last all day. Right, like in 24 hours, right, and then just when the day's up, the next one comes in, right? Because there was nothing else to do in the event anyway. So like, why not just have it last all day? That's actually really weird that they didn't, when I think about it, because some of those raids were actually pretty fun. I don't think I could stream it at the time because it came out at like 5 a.m. or something. But the Veach boss battle, not the challenge quest, but the farming boss battle was actually awesome. You farmed that in such a unique way. That was actually one of the most unique things I've like seen in the game, because it did affect your farming and not like a challenge quest, where like the more mobs you killed, the more drops you got. But it was actually kind of hard, so you had to balance getting as many kills as possible, if not actually losing. That was awesome. I want more of that, actually. I would love to see more of that in FGO. And I think they did a good job too, where if you had a weaker account and you couldn't kill that many of the side ads, it wasn't like a huge deal, right? It's not like you're fucking yourself over or something. So yeah, that was awesome. And like because it was difficult enough, you could have fun with it beyond just the farming too. If you wanted to solo or do a budget setup, you could have fun with that. Like there was, you know, plenty going on there. So yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, I like that event actually. I'm glad someone brought that up. And so here's an event that I loved everything about except the gameplay, because it was glorified daily. The challenge quest was good though. The Veach event, not the Veach event, which that's literally just talk. What do you mean? I forgot to cast the buffs on Caesar. Anyway, the Vertra event. I'm getting my V's confused. That's the problem here. The Vertra event. I liked everything about it except the gameplay was just bleh, because. George animation update, that's awesome. Karna welfare, that's probably one of the best received welfares I've ever seen. Vertra was surprised the shit out of me by being awesome. You know, it was kind of, you know, for a lighthearted event, it was still pretty cool actually. I liked the story for the most part. You know, again, it's kind of silly, but that's fine. And what was the challenge quest for that one? Oh, what the fuck? I have no idea. Someone's gonna have to remind me. I have twins. Oh, right. That was an unbelievably unique concept. I wish it was just a little bit harder. That was where you had like a cheerleader slot, where that unit could not be attacked. They would not get cards in the deck, but they could cast their buffs, and they had a cooldown reduction. And then the enemies, you know, they had Paris, which was like doing the same thing, and he wouldn't attack and all that. That was awesome, actually. That was super cool. There's never been another stage like that, which is, I think, is a shame. I think there should be stages like that from time to time. I don't see why that needs to be a one-time gimmick or anything. But it wasn't hard enough, I'll say that. That challenge quest. Not every challenge quest needs to be super hard. Like, absolutely not. So I don't think it needs to be much harder, but just like a tiny bit harder. So like you felt like you wanted to have those extra buffs from your cheerleader unit and all that. Yeah, Summer BB. That's funny. I guess your deck gets frozen without her though, so. But she does give you the stars and all that. There was a lot of weird units you could use there that got pretty funky. And Case Files, that's a good one. That's a known one though. I think a lot of people like Case Files. My issue with I think Case Files is for that style of event. Now I don't mean for all events, but for when they want to do an event like Case Files, and I don't mean a collab event, I mean like a mission-based event, right, with farming and stuff. I think that is the best format in the game. Like, I think it is so much better than the way they do like the ratios on stages and drops and everything. It's basically any other event like it, right? It is so much smoother to play Case Files, and there is a time gate, but it's at the very end, and that's fine. And just the amount of farming you need to do is actually reasonable. It's not confusing to follow the missions, but you still mixes up. You don't do the same stage over and over. So yeah, no, I think Case Files is great, and it did have. What would make Case Files like perfect is if it had side bosses of the quality that we see in Gudaguda here, right? Where I feel like a lot of the side bosses in Case Files were just giant nothing burgers, and there's definitely more farming in Case Files than Gudaguda, like definitely. So like between Gudaguda Final and Case Files, I think Gudaguda is just better, but obviously Gudaguda is a different style of event. You know, it's not a mission-based event, that kind of thing. Although, honestly, that's pretty shallow. When it comes down to what you're doing underneath it, they kind of are the same kind of event, right? It's basically farming, unlock side bosses and main bosses, right? It's just Gudaguda streamlines it where you don't have to do a specific stage to get like this mat over here, or the purple mat here, or the green mat here. You just do anything and you collect taxes, essentially. And that's a great format. I think that's so much smoother than what they normally do. And it doesn't take 8 years to farm this event, which is really nice. Okay, this is the last mini-boss before the challenge quest, I'm pretty sure. What I really wish they would do, though, and maybe Lasagna will, I mean, to be fair to them, they haven't really had much time, and a lot of these events were probably already in the pipeline when they took over, and like management's been moving around, and their creative lead quit, and all this nonsense, right? So you have to give them a minute. But I wish they would look at the events that people do like, because they ask for feedback, and from what I've seen, when people do those surveys, they normally do answer with the usual suspects like Nero Fest and Gouda Final and ones with like a normally good story and APOC and CCC. You know, those events that have more effort put into them are the ones that they like, or even the ones that don't have a lot of effort put into them but they had like much better gameplay. Those are the ones people generally pick. So I would hope Lasagna would look at FGO's history and look at like what's fun, what's cost efficient, because you can't make every event, you know, CCC, right? You can't put that much effort into like the background stage and the music and everything. You can't do that every event, clearly, right? But then look at some of the simpler events they have done that people have liked, and then try to start, you know, moving forward, try to keep more events like that, you know, and obviously try new things too. But what I'm getting at is less of these events that are glorified dailies. I mean, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like, what little main story is there, you're fighting a level 5, whoop-de-doo, you do like one main story stage a day, and then you unlock a new free quest, and that's it. And then you have to do an insane amount of free quests to clear the shop and everything. That is so boring. Like, who the fuck wants to do that, right? That is so freaking dull. And a lot of these other events that have like better gameplay and stuff, they're normally designed in a way for the people that don't want, if they want to just like log in, do their dailies and log off. Like Gouda Final, you can just summon the story supports, and then the boss fights are really easy, right? So like those kind of formats, I think, are absolutely the way to go about it. Yep, the Paul event is horrible. I mean, it's absolutely, I can't even believe it's considered a collab event. When you look at like, I mean, look at APOC, look at APOC collab event. That is so much better than the Paul one, right? It's not even close. It's kind of disgraceful. Like, and the Idol event was like that too, where it's like, oh, it's a collab event, but it's not. Hey, boy. I'm here for my food coma. What'd you have to eat? All right, let's now we are. Let's try not to counterclass. So I want to do that Romulus again, but here we go. That's something. And then chat, we'll I don't think we're gonna have time for the Hydra today, chat. We'll have to do that tomorrow. But because after we do the challenge quest, it's gonna be like 5.5 hour stream or whatever. So, or like 5 hour stream. So yeah, I think we'll have to do the Hydra next time. But what we'll do is we'll let people send in their friend invites, and we'll just use people's units and see how they do. This event's almost over though, so we're not gonna have much more time to have fun with it, sadly. Now chat, now we talk about the other side of it. The bad events. So chat, off the top of your head, what's your least favorite event? And again, if you end up answering like maybe not your absolute least favorite, that's fine. Just pick a really bad event that you can think of that comes to mind. Go West, yeah, that's a pretty that's an obvious one. Oh boy, yeah, I had a feeling, even though we had a chunk of people pick summer events, I actually figured a lot of people would pick summer events as their least favorite because they're normally super grindy. Holy crap though, these are some good picks. These are some good picks. We got some of the Halloween events have been awful, I agree. Some of those are really, and Moon Goddess was nothing but farming. And a lot of Go West. And I have to say, for me, it's probably Go West. I don't think I've ever had less fun in FGO than Go West. I don't know though, there have been some, whenever they do glorified dailies like 6 years into the game, I'm just like, are you kidding me? Right, like it's just so insulting. Oh, Maze event, oh jeez. The Maze event is so weird in that it's definitely one of those events that they put more effort into than normal, but it's terrible. Now, it's not universally terrible, like the challenge quest is good, and you have like 2 challenge quests. Actually, you kind of have 3 challenge quests, because you have the actual challenge quest with Kiyohime, which who doesn't want to punch Kiyohime in the face? But then you have Kama, which that was also on par with the challenge quest, and then you had Super Kama, right? So that was a lot. And you had a couple of fights in the main story at the end that were quite good as well. Like, it's just, there was so much farming, and it was so boring. Like, it wasn't even a maze. It was just like, it was like a checklist, right? You had to like go down the checklist. It was super linear ultimately. You had to go every path anyway, and it was so, and all the loading screens. Now it was better when they reran it, when they patched it and stuff. But that, when it initially launched, because NA never had the original version of it. You lucky bastards never had to experience what it was like when it first came out. When it first came out, that was just so bullshit. I remember I asked my chat to time it at one point, how much time was going to be between a gameplay segment and another gameplay segment, just because of like the loading screens. And it was super long, right? It was so long, I don't remember how long it was, but like some of the periods you would go through of just, not even story. It wasn't like you were going through loading screens for story segments. You were going through loading screens for a black screen showing you that there's nothing in the room. And it's over and over and over again. Now thankfully they eventually patched it and it wasn't as bad. And then they optimized the loading as well, so it got better with time, but it's still way too much like dumb bullcrap that, like, why is this here? And most of the main story was way too easy, so it wasn't worth the wait. And it didn't get good until the end. But the end is good. Oh yeah, Waltz was... that was just glorified daily, so there's a million events like it, but it was also a collab event. So naming it a collab event and making it glorified dailies is pretty yikes. A lot of people picking summer 1, 2, and 3. See quite a bit of that. Which one was summer 2? I forget. Was that the race? I didn't hate the race because it was easy, but it was definitely glorified dailies. But then it had good bosses at the end. I really disliked the race at the start. The first half of that event is utter trash because it is just dailies. That's it. But the second half, when you're in the jail, that had a good chunk of boss fights that were pretty fun and were good. And I gotta say, chat. Now, like I said earlier, I was kind of letting people pick their own criteria, so I'm gonna go with my criteria. I actually like Summer 2 because I like Bull of Heaven that much. Now, obviously, Bull of Heaven has nothing to do with like how you deal with 90% of the event, but that's just my criteria. I think Bull of Heaven was such a good boss fight, and it was like that perfect difficulty range of it's hard and intimidating, but beatable in a lot of different ways, and you don't have to use like non-budget stuff. but it's very hard. Like, it's very hard. I loved it. I love Bullet Heaven. It's a super memorable boss fight for me. I do wish it wasn't just a fucking hoof. That kind of sucks. If you could have had visuals that went along with how awesome everything else was, that definitely would have been better. But that honestly is an incredibly memorable time in FGO for me. But the first, I will say, the first half of Summer 2 is terrible. Like it's and I thought that event was gonna suck because of that. I thought the whole event was gonna be that. And it is a lot of farming because you can't just skip to part 2. Right? If you start the event late, you have to do all the race stuff first before you do the jail stuff. And that's pretty terrible. So I totally understand why a lot of people don't like it, but I definitely liked it because I like Bullet Heaven so much, and I liked the boss fights at the end. But I can easily see why people would poo-poo on it. Yeah, Go West is definitely the one that comes to mind for me, but I don't know, the maze event, the original maze event, right? Like, not the rerun and all that, but the original maze event, that might actually be my least favorite. It's either that or Go West. I did that, I've just blocked something else from my mind, because there's a lot of events, but those two are definitely the ones that come to my mind as just dog shit. Do I need to do that? I'm going to do that Buster because I want the NP up and it has a high crit chance. It's crazy how many events we've had over the years, though. Okay, I think I made the right decision by doing that Buster card because we barely broke. Thank you for the high hit count, though. I think I can loop, actually. Please don't have your NP buff, by the way. I don't think he does. Got a decent amount of damage here, but I don't think we're gonna kill. Fuck, I might need to do the challenge quest tomorrow, guys. I'm getting tired, and I wanna make. Look how much time is left in the event. If we get like 2 or 3 days, I'll do it tomorrow. That way we can just sit down and enjoy it. But I feel like I'm debating chat if I'm like, oh man, let's work through the challenge quest, and then we don't even do the fucking challenge quest. But I want to be able to sit down and make a good thing for Lee. I want to try Lee out there. We'll see. Maybe we do like 1 attempt. I don't know. I'm pretty fatigued. If chat really wants me to do it, I think I can motivate myself to do it. But if chat don't care too much and we just fine to do it tomorrow, I'll just do it tomorrow then. Because that gives us something fun to do tomorrow. We'll do that in the Hydra. Wow, she kicked this thing's ass though, by the way. This stage was nothing. Really good damage. See, when you say that, Cairo, now I don't want to stop screaming. Low blow. It's not really censorship though. I don't consider what they did with Emmy as censorship. It's more like I guess you could say it's censorship if you think anything that's not the original thing, but it's not like they're covering something up or anything like that. I think they're just trying to, like, even the artist I think wanted it changed, cause like it's like they don't want to. Because let's be honest, I think his original design is pretty dumb, and I think they changed it because they just wanted to be less dumb. And thank you C9 for the Prime Gaming. This is a hard thing to articulate, right? I get why some people see it as censorship, but I really don't. I really think it was like, I don't think they even thought they would get like in huge trouble if they didn't change it. I just think they wanted to change it, and I'd honestly have to ask the artist of it to, I guess, have a full opinion on it. Like if the artist's like, oh no, it's fine, then fuck it, I don't care. And if the artist's like, no, that's lame, then okay, then I would care. Cause I do generally care more about what the artist wants, more so than like my own personal like opinion on if a design is good or bad or whatnot. But I will say personally, I don't like Demia's original design. I don't like his NA design either, to be honest. I really just don't like the character design. And it's not because he's black, it's because the design just looks stupid and like it's silly, right? It's silly. And also, why make Emiya look black instead of just making a black character, right? That's that's kind of the obvious one to me. It's like there's plenty of characters you could put in that are, you know, actually black, so use those. So it's a complicated issue, and I think it, you know, some people get pissed about it and it gets political and blah 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 blah. So I don't really want to get into that, but yeah, I don't know. It's not as clear-cut censorship as like, you know, Mata Hari on the Chinese version, right? Like that's really clear-cut censorship. Or I don't think it's quite the same with some of this other stuff. But yeah, I generally am against censorship and like whatever the original intent was. Even if I don't like the original intent, I'm generally for that. Anyway, boys, I think we'll wrap up there. Let's not get into that kettle of I don't know, fish or bag of worms, whatever the saying is. Anyway, we'll be back at this tomorrow. We'll do the challenge quest then. We'll do the Hydra then. We'll use Chad's units. Absolutely no one is playing FGO on my friends list, so we will raid Ouroboros because he's my favorite streamer, and we do a lot of Elden Ring here anyway, so go get him, chat. And yeah, more FGO tomorrow, and I will play Elden Ring more soon too. Actually, I've just been kind of behind on things, so I'll definitely be playing that soon. I actually wanted to play that today, but I'll do that tomorrow. But yeah, have a good night, chat, and I will see you tomorrow.